Hello and welcome into everybody tuning in on YouTube, as well as those that have already joined us in the last 4 minutes or so over on the TikTok. It is so good to see each and every single one of y'all. Today, as per every day, we're going to be debating Trump supporters, trying to change minds and get more people on the right side of history. And in fact, we already have our very first Trump supporter loaded in of the afternoon. Their name is Jordan. They're 18 years old and they are MAGA. Jordan, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why the hell you still support President Donald Trump. I don't understand how you or every single one of y'all. Sorry, there was an echo from a YouTube stream. I don't understand how you or anyone else does. I mean, I think that he's proved himself to be an incompetent leader in the last 8 months. I just think he's absolutely unable to effectively lead America. And I think that should be evident from his statements ranging from calling it illegal to criticize him in the media or giving the National Guard an illegal directive to arrest people in the streets of American cities that he's also explicitly declaring war on. But you know, you're here, you're MAGA. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, so I want to ask you a question. Start it off. Who do you think is more fit to be a president than Donald Trump?
Nearly anyone. Definitely Kamala Harris, who he ran against in the election.
So Kamala Harris was assigned a role as vice president. And how do you think she did as a vice president?
As VP? Yeah, she did pretty good.
So she was in charge of, what would you say she was in charge of, and what did she do good as vice president?
I think what she did good as vice president was helping the Biden administration effectively pass good policy.
Okay, gotcha. So Trump, while I would say isn't the best person in the world to be president, I feel like he's a great candidate. I feel like he's done a lot of things great for the U.S. I also believe that he has...
Right, so like, what are the good things that he's done to America that makes you support him as president?
So I honestly think the wall was one of the best things that he did.
Dude, he built less than fucking 30 miles. He literally built less than 30 miles of the wall. Building 30 miles of a wall is one of the best things he's ever done. Are you serious?
That was one of the things.
How could that possibly have been one of the best things he did? He literally covered less than 5% of the border. How is that one of the best things that he did? Dude, if building 30 miles of a wall covering less than 5% of the American-Mexico border, and by the way, that was paid for via misappropriations of DOD funds since Congress couldn't get together to push for funding for it, that honestly probably makes him a terrible president. You know, like the best things that maybe like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden did were like expanding access to VA healthcare services to close to 1 million new veterans, right? Passing an infrastructure bill that funded $1 trillion into renewing this country's infrastructure, not only generating more American jobs, but also honing in on issues of national security and prevention of unnecessary death via crumbling infrastructure, right? You know, or like the Chips and Science bill, incentivizing significantly more American chip producers by subsidizing them and giving them money to start up factories in this country, right? And then you're telling me the best thing Donald Trump has ever done is built 30 miles of a wall? I think, you know, this makes it clear who the better choice was in November.
So one of the best. It's one of the things that he's done. Not the best thing he's done ever. He also has he's stayed away from certain wars and he's kept certain wars, whether it's been through Korea. He's also been funding in the right places, I believe, keeping it in a good amount in state and a good amount leaving state. And I also believe that while both of Kamala and Trump have their negatives, they both have their positives, and I think the stronger one was Trump.
So you just kind of like steamrolled through those points. You said that your first point was that he was like avoiding wars, and then you mentioned North Korea. Can you expand on that?
So North Korea, I would say, I don't have too much knowledge on it, but as far as I know, that he was helping so let's veer away from Korea. We can go over to Israel. Like, that's one place that he helped out a lot.
He helped Israel?
Not as far as funding, but he helped get rid of like any problems. And
I don't think that we should be helping Israel. I think that we should disavow our allyship with him because they're guilty of war crimes and in violation of international law. I'm not sure that him helping Israel is a good thing.
I gotcha. All right. Well, while I'm not too clear on all of the facts here, I do have to head out. But thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Okay, well, that was a pretty short conversation. I guess we're going to move on to the next Trump supporter. Naughty, thank you so much for the $10 on Super Chat, saying, missing when the American coin used to say, quote unquote, mind your business instead of the BS in God we trust. As a Catholic who's adamant about the separation of church and state, happy Tuesday, everyone. Happy Tuesday, Naughty. Good to see you. Thank you for the $10. As well as Brianna, I appreciate you for that very first Super Chat of the day with the $10 saying, hashtag Harris for president. I bet we'll see her run for another bid in 2028. I wouldn't doubt it if she's in the primaries. Thank you both for the $10. That is very, very kind of you both. As well as Madeline, thank you for the very first donation on Venmo of the day with the $2 saying, "Hi, Dean, I love you." Love you too, Madeline. And then Cordelia, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal saying, "Dean, I played your live to my mom the other day, and it definitely is helping direct her more to the left." Dude, let's go, Cordelia. That's awesome. That's why we do these streams. As well as Mickey, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. And Sandra with the $20 on Venmo saying, "Thinking of directing all the brainwashed MAGA people that I'm debating in Facebook groups to you because I'm getting nowhere." You know what, Sandra? You should DM me. We should work out some type of commission-based structure where every Trump supporter that you direct to my live, whose mind we effectively change, I like give you $5 or something. But let's go to move on to the next guest, folks. Up inside of that queue, if you're an American adult that is pro-Trump, just make sure that you are following those rules. We will be very quickly banning everyone that is breaking the rules. As per usual, the rules are simple. Once again, just got to be an American adult that's MAGA. What's up, Mickey? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Mickey, and how old are you?
18.
Okay, what year are you born in?
2007.
Okay, everyone is 18 today. I don't know why. What month were you born in?
February.
Okay, you have a echo on your mic. Is there anything that you could do about that?
Is it better now or no?
Test.
Hello?
Actually, yeah, it is better. Okay, man. So why the hell do you support Trump?
Why do you not support Trump?
I have about a billion reasons why I don't support Trump. But I'm asking you why you do. Do you have an answer? Nope, he doesn't. Okay, see you later. What the hell? So I was reading some Dean Withers snark hate on some snark thread somewhere. I don't remember where I saw it. And people were saying that they don't really like me and that they're very annoyed by me because of the faces that I make. Chat, do I make... Oh, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Do I make too many faces when I'm doing the debates? Do I need to calm down on the theatrics and keep a little bit of a cooler face on? You should let me know down below, but let's go to move on to the next guest. We got that next guest loaded up into the box right now. If you are in that queue, just make sure that you are an American adult that is pro-Trump, everyone. Those are the rules. Appreciate it if you guys could follow them. What is up, RYX? Are you MAGA? Or are you banned? Because that's what I'm going to do to you if you're not a Trump supporter. And banned. Moving on to the next guest. Follow the rules, guys. Super duper easy. Moving on to the next guest. We got Bites the Dust connecting to the stream. Here we go. Oh, as well as you here. Thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Saying, "Hey, Dean, just wondering what you think about Gavin Newsom as president for 2028 and if he'd be a good idea or not." Ultimately speaking, if Gavin Newsom was the pick from the left for the presidency, I'd vote for him and support him. But I definitely think that there's a couple other options out there that are better than Gavin Newsom for the primaries. So hopefully we get one of those better people in the primaries. But let's go to move on to that next guest. We got Alexis loaded into the stream. What is up? Are you MAGA?
No, I just want to say thank you for speaking for all of us liberals.
I appreciate you for that love, Alexis. Unfortunately, as I said, I am going to have to just remove you from the live because we are looking for Trump supporters, but I do really appreciate you for your kindness. Go ahead and put a me with your age down below in that chat if you're MAGA, just because for whatever reason, we cannot identify Trump supporters in the queue. There's a lot of people that are in the queue that aren't Trump supporters. Please do leave the queue if you're not MAGA. I would really appreciate it. What's up, No Name? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 18.
Everyone is 18. Okay, all right, yeah, man, I believe you. Real quick, Oscar, thank you so much for the $11 on Venmo, saying, "Dean, did you see the clip on CNN where Stephen Miller slipped up and said Donald Trump has the authority to deploy the National Guard, the plenary authority?" No, I didn't see that. I'll have to check it out. Stephen Miller's a fascist, though. That guy, Stephen Miller, sorry, he's just completely insane. As well as Wendy, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying, "Hey, Dean, quick question. How do you feel about Vance?" Yeah, I think that Vance is terrible. You're saying that he is so much worse than Trump. I don't know. I don't know if I think that Vance is worse than Trump. I obviously think that he's bad, and saying that he's better than Trump isn't saying much, but I'm kind of agnostic on that. As well as Angie, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, saying, Dean, I love you. I'm in vet school at CSU and have a master's in toxicology. You ever need advice about the Tylenol debate? I'd love to give you my input. Angie, that's a very kind offer of you, and that's awesome that you're in vet school. Thank you so much for all that you do, and all the love to you as well, and I hope that you're enjoying studying up there at CSU. Great little school. Thank you for the $10, Angie. But yeah, man, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
All right. So, first of all, my name is Memphis. I should probably get that out of the way. No name is probably stupid, but I wanted to say I'm not really educated as much, but I do want to say like when I was growing up, I feel like life was a little bit more easier until he got out of office. I just feel like a lot of the life went downhill, especially for me.
You said that you're 18?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I mean, he got out of office when you were like 14.
Like, no, like growing up.
So are you saying like when you were like
especially-
14, you would be spending less money on like gas and groceries than when you're 18?
No. Well, I do spend a little bit more money now, but when I was little, I know we didn't have to worry about a lot of that.
I would completely believe that you would spend more money at 18 than 14.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to make it make sense, but I just feel like life was a lot easier for my family than now.
Okay, wait, who's president right now?
Trump.
Okay, so you're saying that under Donald Trump's administration, your life has gotten worse?
No.
Would you say that your life has gotten better in the last 8 months?
I mean, yeah, for me, yes.
Okay, what has Donald Trump done to make your life better?
I'd say the gas prices.
Okay, and what has he done to
Gas
reduce the price
prices.
of gas?
I don't know. I haven't really read up on that. I just
How do you know that he has reduced the price of gas?
Because when Kamala was in office, all the prices went up to like $3, and ever since Trump was in office, it went down to, I'd say about $2.50 less.
I don't know where you live, but $3 gas actually isn't that bad. Then also, what did Kamala Harris do to increase the price of gas?
I don't know, really. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm not trying to argue. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't really know.
Yeah, well, it
Just a
sounds
lot
like
of the prices.
yeah, I don't really know if we have much of a debate here, but I will like take this as an opportunity to hopefully like inform you. You can't assume that just because something happens in the country that the president caused it to happen. Now, a lot of people make this mistake. In fact, the GOP like hinged on you making this mistake in the election, right? Blaming like all like the bad economic outcomes from the pandemic on Biden, even though he was the one that prevented the most of it. And what I'd recommend to you is, always exploring, like how a president caused an outcome if you think that they did. Like, for instance, if you are speculating that Biden or Harris caused gas to be more expensive because it was in the country under their leadership, explore and try to determine what they did to cause it. And if you can't find anything to indicate that they caused it through their actions, then chances are they didn't cause it, and it was rather caused by an uncontrollable external variable.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to try and voice whatever, and I was just trying to
Yeah, man.
see if I
Well, well, good luck on your journey of becoming politically informed. We're going to move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. We will happily get you connected to the live, folks. As well as in the meantime, I'd like to thank Brianna with the $10 over on Super Chat saying don't stop making the faces because they make me laugh. I appreciate you for the $10, Brianna. That is very kind of you. Show some love to Brianna down below that chat. And what is going on? Owen, do you support Trump?
Oh my God, yeah, we do not support Trump. We actually love you, Dean.
Base, dude, W Owen in that chat. Of course, we're going to be moving on to the next guest because we're looking for debates, but W you, bro. As well as Florian, Florin, IAN. Thank you so much for the $12 over on PayPal, as well as you got it. I'll check that out on my free time. Thank you for the $12. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for the kindness. Let's go ahead and get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here. Hop in that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We'll get you connected. We got C loading in. What is up, C? Do you support Trump?
Do you support Trump?
Hello? Yo, M8, thank you for the Cooper Flies Home. That's very kind of you. Well, C is gone. Right now, we have 10.2 thousand people hanging out in the stream with us. And with all the people in here, is there anyone connected to the stream that supports Trump that's down to debate? Anyone at all? Go ahead and let me know in that chat if that's you. Go to drop a me with your age. Say, I support Trump with your age. Let me know. What's going on, Berg? Do you support Trump? And they're gone. See, they're just all leaving. Listen, folks, if you're in the queue and you're planning to leave if I accept you, just leave now, right? So we could save some time. But let's go ahead and get that next guest connected right now. Okay, hopefully this will be the debate. We got Tora connected. What's up? Are you MAGA? No, see, they're not even here. It's like, if you don't intend on talking to me, please don't join the queue in the first place. Like Tora, yeah, they also just left like the moment I got them up here. Don't do that. Just leave the queue. What's up, Josh? Do you support Trump? No, Josh also just left. Why are all these people joining the queue if they don't actually like intend to stay up here and debate me? Guys, come on. Moving on to the next guest, we got James Littenden. What's up, James? Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hey, are you MAGA?
Not really, actually.
Okay, James, I'm going to go to just make this clear to you.
my age.
I'm just going to go to make this clear to you and then everyone else in the live. James, please do not join the queue if you are not a Trump supporter. So if you're like James and you're in the queue where you're like not actually MAGA, please leave the queue because we're looking to debate Trump supporters, everyone. And I'd really appreciate if you guys could follow those rules. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. We got Thyra. I am probably butchering the hell out of their name. And then we got Eddie loading up. Here we go, guys. What's up, Eddie? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and how old are you?
39.
39 and MAGA. Perfect, man. We'll have a good debate. Quickly, before we hop into the debate, let me go to thank a handful of people. Nicholas with the $2 on Venmo saying, I saw you at the CU game last month. Loved the Affliction shirt. Thank you, man. I was wearing an Affliction shirt to a CU game last month, so you did see me. That is factual. As well as Alyssa. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate that, Alyssa. Show some love to Alyssa down below in that chat. That is ALLYSSA. Thank you so much for your kindness. As well as PJ with the $10 on Venmo. PJ says, keep being you. You give me hope. Thank you, man. As well as Sarah. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Carly. Thank you for the 15. Carly with the 15 bucks says, been watching since around this time last year. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you so much for your kindness with a $15 donation, as well as your kind words there, Carly. Show some love to PJ, Alyssa, Carly, and Sarah down below in that chat, y'all. And Mr. Eddie, go ahead and take it away and tell us why you're MAGA.
Well, first, just to clear up for the debate, do you put yourself in gay people's shoes?
You're referring to a clip of Nick Fuentes a while back. Let's stick to our debate about why you support Trump. Go ahead and tell us why you're MAGA. Do you put yourself in intellectual shoes? Can you do that for me? Give me an argument? Anything at all? Even just like a word. Anything. Give me anything, Eddie. Why is Trump a good president? Anything at all, Eddie.
Well, I think he was better the first term than this term, actually.
Okay, right. So you're actually just telling us that he's not doing too good. Obviously, that's not why you support him. So why do you support him, Eddie? Come on. You're almost twice my age, man. You should be able to give me an argument, my friend.
Well, I think that he's doing all right.
Okay, so what is he doing that you're a fan of, Eddie? Is it saying that it's illegal to criticize him in the media, given the military orders to invade American cities and declaring war in American cities? Is it the passing economic policy that's taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans?
I don't think he's declaring war in American cities.
Hey, he said this is war. He said that the real enemy is the enemy from within, and this is a war from within.
Those are crime filled cities.
Yeah, particularly filled with the crime of the military arresting American citizens, and that violates the Posse Comitatus Act of the 19th century that clearly defined the military as not being able to function as a domestic police force, but Donald Trump gave them the command to function as a domestic police force. Are those the crimes that you're talking about, Mr. Eddie?
No, I'm talking about murder, all-time high, and all that stuff. How would you recommend that be handled?
Oh, and what American city is murder at an all-time high?
Chicago.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Violent crime rates by year, Chicago. All right, let's go to take a look. Actually, Chicago sees its fewest summer murders since 1965. Oh, their
What's your
homicide
source?
rate in Chicago is the lowest it's been in 60 years.
Well, Memphis.
So you didn't mean to say Chicago, you meant to say Memphis?
Yeah. Meant to say Memphis.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see here. So actually, there's been a 28% drop in murders in Memphis compared to 2 years ago in 2023. So no, it's not at its all-time high. It's actually down compared to 2 years ago by 28%. So you didn't mean to say Memphis. What did you mean to say?
No, the year's not up though. Like, are you counting 2025 as a full year? It's not even up.
Okay, well, we're not talking about the totality of the year. We'd be talking in accordance with like the same 10-month time span compared to 2023. Right? Right? And by the way, do you care about violent crime?
What's your source?
Let's see. My source would be, and I quote, the Memphis Police. Yeah, just go in Google. Type in Memphis crime drops to historic 25-year low. Oh. So Chicago's at a 60-year low for murder, and Memphis is at a 25-year low. Oh.
In amount, or like what kind of statistic is that, for amounts or per population, or what is that?
It's saying overall crime. If I had to guess, it's gonna be a crime rate. If I had to guess, it's gonna be crime rate, not overall crime. It says overall crime, but I don't know. I struggle to believe that, just because population grows, therefore we should expect overall crime to grow. So it's probably crime rate. Come on, Eddie. By the way, let me ask you a question. So imagine in like one of these like democratic cities, maybe like Memphis, for instance. Let's assume that they had a Democrat governor. So if somebody did commit a violent crime in their city, or like maybe they try to kill a police officer, and then that Democratic governor gave them a statewide pardon and let them out of jail for attempted murder on that police officer, would you ever support that Democratic governor in your life? I mean, obviously, based upon everything that you've shared with us so far, you care so much about violent crime that you support giving the military an illegal directive to declare war on these cities. So if there was a Democratic governor that pardoned somebody for violent crime, would you ever support that Democratic governor a day in your life?
No.
Even if they were Republican?
Yeah.
Even if they were president?
Yep.
Even if they were Trump?
Yep.
Well, guess what? January 21st, 2025, Donald Trump gave a full, total, and complete presidential pardon to DJ Rodriguez, who committed an act of violent crime when he tried to kill Officer Fanone on January 6th by driving a stun gun into his neck, giving him a heart attack. He was sentenced to 12 years in jail after he pled guilty to this violent crime, and after both Officer Fanone testified against him in court, and Officer Fanone submitted his body camera footage, which depicted DJ Rodriguez driving that stun gun into his neck. Donald Trump gave him a full presidential pardon. So this means that you no longer support Trump, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you're no longer MAGA.
No longer.
Anything else, Eddie?
No, sir.
And we're going to move on to that next guest. Sophie, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Sophie with the $10 says, thank you for what you do and standing up for women. Your lives educate me so much. I love you, Dean. I love you too, Sophie. Thank you for your kind words and the $10. You're awesome. Show some love to Sophie down below in that chat while we're working on getting that next guest, that next Trump supporter loaded up in.
Oh, did he pick me?
I did. How old are you?
Hello?
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 26.
Are you
Hi,
MAGA?
Dean. Yes, I am.
Okay, man. Well, let's go ahead and debate. Before we hop into things, let me go ahead and thank Lachey for the $5 on Venmo. Lachey says my favorite show's on. Let's go, Lachey.
My God. I'm in here.
I know you're
Hi,
in
Dean.
here. All right, just give me a second. As well as Kay, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo as well. Show some love to Lachey Kay. As well as Georgia, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Georgia says, hey, Dean, I'm not even American, but I'm so mesmerized by your ability to put up with the MAGA bullshit and these incredibly dense people. Love you so much, and I'm proud of what you're doing. Thank you so much, Georgia. All the love to you as well. As well as R, thank you for the $5 on PayPal as well. I appreciate everyone so much for all the love over on Venmo and PayPal. If you're watching and you want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo and PayPal in the link tree in my bio. When you donate, I get a notification at the top of my phone screen where I can read out your name, the amount, and any and all attached messages. But Vin, go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I mean, I don't have like a specific reason, like exactly why I support him, but I do support him over the Biden administration. And I just want to say you're the only liberal that like actually caught my eye. I was watching your debate with Charlie Kirk, and then like you actually got my attention when I was listening to you debate. But I don't have like a specific reason why I support Trump. But I think the Biden administration, the human trafficking prosecution thing that happened under the Biden administration is really weird to me. And
human trafficking prosecution thing? Are you saying that it's weird?
I-
They prosecuted human traffickers?
I mean, well, human trafficking rose during the Biden administration.
I don't know if that's true. Are you-
There's articles. I mean, there's no facts exactly evidential to prove it, but it says in articles like human trafficking is on the rise. What will the next president do about it? And the number of trafficking suspects prosecuted has increased under the Biden-Harris administration. New data from the Department of Justice shows border security is an important issue in voters' minds of Vice President Kamala Harris. And this is while she was under the Biden administration as vice president, where she said she went to the border. And things like this.
Wait. So I have this article open right now. All that it's saying is that one moment. In 2022, they were double the amount of suspects that were prosecuted for human trafficking than there were in 2012. But what does this tell us about like the Biden-Harris administration?
It was double the amount in what?
So in 2022, there were you're breathing in your mic. If you could just step back, that'd be very meaningful. In 2022, there were 1,600 suspects that were prosecuted for human trafficking in America, and that is double the amount of individuals that were prosecuted for human trafficking in America in 2012, right? But what does this tell us about the Biden-Harris administration, right?
That tells us that double the amount were prosecuted in the Trump administration because Trump is actually taking action to secure the border walls,
who was president in 2022?
Oh, well. Okay.
Biden was
You got me
president
there.
in 2022. So Biden is the one that was prosecuting more human traffickers.
Wait, but you said it doubled in Trump's administration?
No, I never said anything about Trump. I said in 2022. Wait, that's what the article says. That is what your article says.
And more than the number prosecuted under the Trump administration. Oh, it does say more.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I just seen a lot of things about missing children and stuff like this. And Biden looked like a puppet.
Okay, do you have any facts to give me? Like, can you give me like any
No,
facts here?
No, I don't have facts exactly, but that's why I'm trying. That's why I was trying to talk to you because I actually you caught my attention when I saw your debates.
Here's what I'd say to you, my friend. If you admit that you don't have any facts to like believe in what you do, then I would recommend it like just watching the live to try to like get those facts, right? To hopefully like build your political opinions. But unfortunately, I'm going to move on to the next guest because if you like just literally admit that you don't have any facts to justify what you believe in, what am I supposed to debate you on, right? The only thing that I could recommend to you just be to watch this stream. What's up? Do you support Trump? Jeremy, hello?
But I support Trump more than I support Biden, yeah.
Okay. What about Harris?
I don't support Harris at all, no.
Yeah, okay. All right. Let me go to thank a handful of people here. B, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to B down below. Thank you so much for the love, as well as Brianna. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well, saying Logo Eddie. If only every MAGA member could apply critical thought and change their outlook upon efficient evidence. Yeah, right. I appreciate you for the $10, Brianna, and you're totally right. As well as Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $12 on Venmo, saying I proved a 20-year-old who said that they were MAGA wrong. I think that's crazy work. Dude, good shit, Aaliyah. I'm proud of you. As well as Nikki, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Show some love to Nikki down below in that chat. Thank you so much, Nikki. Nikki says, Gen Z are here, loving what you do. Thank you. That means the world. Let's get 250 Nikki W's in that chat. But go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. I guess you kind of did start to tell us there, saying, well, you just really didn't like Harris. So, yeah, why do you think that the 34-count felon adjudicated rapist is a better pick to run the country than the prosecutor who served in all three branches of government?
I think that, so if you want me to be completely honest with you, I'm 30 years old. I haven't even voted but one time my whole life. My dad really got me into politics like a few years ago. And he was a Trump supporter. So I kind of just listened to him on politics and stuff. I don't have like really strong stances on why I support Trump. I just agree with some of the things that he has in office or in, place to happen more than I agree with what Biden has in place or Harris.
Like what? What is he doing that you agree with?
I think probably, to be honest, I don't even fucking know, to be honest.
Okay, I'm actually just going to go and tell you. I'm going to go and tell you.
I can't think of anything right now.
I'm going to go and tell you the same exact thing I told the last guest. You're at a point where you just need to do research and learn more about politics. I think it's great that you're here in the stream, and honestly, my honest recommendation for you would be to just watch this stream. I really think that you could take a lot of value away from just watching the stream, man. We're gonna move on to the next guest. So I actually, it is kind of annoying to have people come up here and be like, well, I support Trump. I don't have any reason why. But there's a big silver lining to that too, right? The silver lining being is seemingly that they're open-minded to get informed and educated about politics, and they're in a good place for that. So I hope that you watch the stream, man. But let's go and get that next guest loaded up in here. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $20 super chat on YouTube. Caitlin with the $20 says, just stopped by with another dono to tell you that I really like watching your lives and I look forward to going live. I'd stop what I'm doing just to watch your live, even at work. Listen, Caitlin, I appreciate you so much for the kindness. I actually like listening to these lives, sometimes Parker's, while I'm doing work, you know what I mean? Cleaning up the house, cooking dinner, so on and so forth. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get 200 Caitlin W's down below in that chat while we're looking for that very next Trump supporter of the evening. And for the 9.5 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok, make sure that we're double tapping, folks. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Are you here? And they're not here. Goodbye. Disconnected. Banned. Moving on to the next Trump supporter. Yo, what the hell is going on with the viewership? Is the viewer count like tweaking for anybody else? So we were at 12.5K and then it very quickly dropped down to 9K and now it just it shot back up to 13K. Is that just something that's going on my end, or is that going on for everyone? Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Jaden Myers 2.0 loading in. Also, in the meantime, Roxanne, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo, saying thank you. Please keep up the amazing work. Thank you, Roxanne. I appreciate you for your kind words and the $15. As well as Chase, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, and Victoria with a 5. Appreciate you guys so much. We got that next guest, Jaden Myers, loading in. Go ahead and let me know down below in that comment section if you are MAGA and you want to come up here and have a debate with me. We got Dadbod 3.0 loading in. What's up, Dadbod? Do you support Trump?
Hey, what's going on, man? Yeah, I do.
You do? Have you been up here before?
Yeah, well, for a moment, and then you had me off because I was chewing gum and you said it was distracting.
I don't remember that. Whatever. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So your bio says they don't like me here because they don't like the truth. The Patriots podcast. So you consider yourself a patriot?
Yeah, I would consider myself a patriot just based off of core values. But going back to why do I support Trump?
Before we hop into that, can we do something special here? Could I ask you some questions?
Of course.
Okay, so you do consider
Would you like
yourself...
me to turn my camera on too?
You could
So you can see my response?
you could turn your camera on if you want.
Yeah, for sure. Hold on.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I think it's a
Cool.
little bit more personal and interactive when guests turn their camera on. I actually like that.
Absolutely. Hold on.
I'm a big fan of that. Also, for everyone tuning in from the Parker Raid, appreciate you for being here. All right, there we go. All right. So, question. You told us that you're a patriot, so that means that you care about core American values, right? My question to you is, do you care about the Constitution? And do you think that in caring about the Constitution, that's one of the things that makes you a patriot?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Then how the fuck do you support Trump considering the fact that he's launched an attack on the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 22nd Amendment in the last 8 months? He doesn't
Right,
care
so-
about the Constitution. He wants to get rid of it.
Right. So there are definitely some elements that I do not support with Donald Trump, but one of the main reasons why, and I'm still in support of him, is Executive Order 14212. And if you're not familiar, I can familiarize you, but I'm sure you can look it up too.
Feel free to familiarize
So
me with
February
that.
14th, Donald Trump signed Executive Order 14212, establishing the Maha movement, essentially. And one of the things on May of, I think it was actually May 22nd. The Maha Commission released its groundbreaking assessment, identifying certain things, elements like key drivers to like chronic disease crisis that we're having. I mean, obviously we have a health crisis here in America. I think that it's not a bad thing to take out food dyes and to phase out petroleum-based dyes from our foods, things like that. And if it wasn't for Donald Trump and his administration, RFK Jr. would not have been in the position that he's in currently. Now, you can agree or disagree with what some of the stuff that he says, but I think the sentiment and the intention behind it is for the good of everyone in America.
Okay, so I just very quickly skimmed over the meat of this executive order. So if you
Sure.
go down to section 2 of the executive order, which seems to be the action part of it, all that it says is it shall be the policy of the federal government to aggressively combat the critical health challenges facing our citizens, to do all these things to make their health outcomes better, right? Well, point number 1, that means that the executive order in of itself isn't acting. It is just requesting on the federal government, including Congress, to act by passing policy to combat health problems. Congress hasn't done that. And point number 2, this executive order begins by talking about how our life expectancies in America lag behind the average life expectancies of other developed countries in the world. Point number 3, which connects to point number 1 and point number 2, the Trump administration and the GOP majority in Congress have only been making the life expectancies of our citizens significantly shorter. Did you know the lower your level of access is to healthcare, the lower your life expectancy is? Well, the big beautiful bill took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans. So while Donald Trump is parading and virtue signaling about caring about health outcomes and pushing Congress to pass things to help health outcomes, in all reality, all him and Congress are doing are hurting health outcomes by taking healthcare away from 10 million people through the big beautiful bill, and now today pushing for a new budget bill to fund our government for the next year that, if it were to pass according to the Congressional Budget Office, would increase the premiums for everybody else that is still on Medicaid by 75%, making their access to healthcare less attainable, thereby reducing their lifespan as well. And considering the fact that there's 50 million Americans on Medicaid, this would have a significant impact not just on them, but on the country as a whole.
Right. So why do you think that he's doing that as far as the impact on Medicaid, for example, just for that context matter?
Of course, I'll happily tell you why I think that he's doing that. I think that he wanted to give massive tax cuts to corporations and massive tax cuts to the ultra wealthy, and he realized that these tax cuts would total in the range of $5 to $6 trillion, and he didn't want to pass a $6 trillion bill. So instead, to accompany these massive tax cuts for the ultra wealthy, he is also cutting things like $900 billion out of Medicaid or $153 billion off of food stamps, and in doing so necessitates removing the access to healthcare altogether from 10 million people to Medicaid and increasing the premiums by 75% for everyone else that is still on it.
So would you think it's just a talking point then to say that there are instances where people are taking advantage of Medicaid and it's a way to phase that out or filter that out for people that are actually capable to contributing to society, and therefore because of this it's enforcing people to actually who are capable to actually contribute,
Yeah,
or is that just a talking point?
I absolutely do just think that's a talking point, but it's also a talking point that I disagree with, right? Because the conclusion of that talking point is that in order to receive Medicaid, you should have to work first if you're, able-bodied and whatnot, able to work. And I completely disagree with that. I don't think that we should put a work requirement on any social programs that are necessary for the flourishment of society. Like, for instance, I'll give you an example. Should there be a work requirement on access to calling 911?
I mean, I'm sorry. Repeat that again. Should there be a work requirement to access to 911?
Yeah, it's like access local police forces, which are just another necessary social safety net that are funded by the taxpayer's dollar.
No.
We could agree that there shouldn't be a work requirement on that because even if you're
Right.
low-income unemployed American, you should still be able to call the cops because that's something that will significantly make the quality of your life longer, potentially save your life, and make society as a whole better off. Correct?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Those same things are true about access to hospitals for low-income Americans through Medicaid. Even if you're not working, right? Medicaid can be life-saving. Even if you're not working, Medicaid will extend extend your lifespan. And even if you're not working, you should still be able to access it, given that you can't pay for healthcare yourself because you're a low-income American. As access to healthcare makes society as a whole better off. And honestly, man, I hope that you get where I'm coming from because you were the first one that brought up the lifespans and the health of Americans by telling us that you support Trump because of the Maha movement.
Yeah, I agree with where you're coming from. I think, again, I think the talking point primarily on the conservative side is, well, there are individuals that are not contributing that are capable to contribute, and therefore it is a waste of taxpayer funding. And that's something that seemingly is being relatively promulgated on the right side for the most part. So, maybe it's a
I thought that we went through how that logic fails because we just took that logic, put it in the context of like the local police force, but you agreed even if they can work but aren't working, they should still be able to call the cops because of the nature of calling the cops and how necessary that could be for them and for society. And then I turned around and I showed you how those same things apply to access to Medicaid.
Right, and I understand your sentiment behind that. I understand where you're going with that too. But also, I would say, and I don't know the exact statistics as to like how many people potentially would be, able-bodied or capable to contribute to society that are not doing it. I don't know what the data is on that. I don't even know if we actually have like accurate data on that. But what I'm saying is like, if you're able to contribute to society and you are not doing so, then, you shouldn't have specific amenities that, the average working American should have or does have. Now, going back to what you're debating here, or at least what your argument or rebuttal to that is, well, what about individuals that, aren't capable and then utilizing, police or utilizing 911 specifically? Like, I would say for any individual who is not capable to, work and to contribute,
No, we're
they
not
still
talking about
should
we're not
have the
talking
same.
about those that
Go
aren't
ahead.
capable. We're talking about individuals that are able to work that are not working that are low-income Americans accessing local police forces.
Yeah, I think they should still be able to access local police forces, but that's a different. That's kind of. I mean, it's not really moving the Overton window per se, but I feel like that's.
Why do you feel like your logic wouldn't apply here? Like, what if somebody like further to the right wing than you came to you and they heard you say, "Oh, like low-income Americans that can work that aren't working should be able to access like local police forces," and in turn they said, "Well, I mean, I just think that's a drain of taxpayers' dollars. They can work, they can provide, and because they're not working, they're not providing, they shouldn't have access to the same amenities that working Americans should," meaning that they don't think that they should be able to access, the police force, right? And obviously, I'd assume that in that circumstance, your response would be, well, like, okay, I agree, people that can work should work, but I also don't agree, and I disagree on the notion that although they're not working, even though they should work, this doesn't mean that we should deny them necessary resources like the police force, because the police force might extend their lifespan and make society as a whole better off. That is my exact logic that I apply to Medicaid, right? Nobody disagrees, right? That if you can work, all right, and you're an adult, you should work under fair labor conditions. Nobody disagrees with that, right? That's something that makes society as a whole better off. That's something that makes individual American constituents better off, right? That's not what I'm saying. And I do agree that our government should have policy to incentivize employment. I do agree that our government should want more people to work. I agree that we should all want more people to work and have have a lower unemployment rate and a more productive economy, right? But I just disagree in stating that policy to incentivize employment should be separate and decoupled from policy that just allows Americans to have access to necessary social safety nets, like calling the cops, like driving on public roadways, like calling the firefighters, or like going to the hospital and accessing hospital resources through Medicaid if they're a low-income American.
I agree with that. I can't debate you, or there's no good rebuttal on my end to that. So I concede.
I actually really appreciate your honesty there, man. I really do.
Yeah, for sure. I hope I could talk to you again in the future. I actually have a real quick question for you. Have you ever been able to debate Hayden Rodea?
I think I had like a really bad debate with him about God like 2 years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I've said this on my live before. If he wants to come up here and debate me on why he supports Trump, he's more than invited to join.
Yeah, I'll hit him up and see if he could do it, because I think it would be really. I mean, because the way that his logic is and your logic, I think that you guys could actually go back and forth pretty well, regardless of the religious ideological perspective, like other ideological beliefs. I think that it would be pretty informative on both ends. But anyway, I appreciate you having me, and yeah, man. Hope you have a good one.
Have a good one. I appreciate you for your intellectual honesty.
Absolutely. Take care.
Take care. We're going to move on to the next Trump supporter. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box. Yeah, wow. He was like intellectually honest there. He admitted defeat on the point. That is a breath of fresh air. We do not see that frequently at all. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. Camp, appreciate you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, saying, how about billionaires that use their tax breaks for stock buybacks and arbitrage? They're not contributing to society, but conservatives never bash them. Dude, billionaires pay lower effective tax rates than the average fucking American, dude. It's unreal. Thank you for the $20, Camp. As well as proud, I'm gonna call you Proud Lesbian, even though your name is not Proud Lesbian. It's something very close to that. I'm gonna call you Proud Lesbian instead of what your name is. Proud Lesbian, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. I really appreciate you for the love, as well as Jess. Thank you so much for the love with the $10 as well. Jess says we need to redefine what it means to contribute to society. Just because somebody isn't working doesn't mean that they aren't contributing to society for caring for the family, volunteering, etc., so on and so forth. No, I actually agree. I completely agree. There's so many ways to contribute to your immediate society, community, so on and so forth, than working and paying taxes, right? Taxes are not the only thing that provide benefit to society. And that is like very reasonable to recognize. Thank you guys so much for all the love over on Super Chat. I really appreciate everyone so much for all the donations today. You guys have been very kind. What's up, Outdoor? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, sweet, man. How old are you?
I was about to ask you that. So I have my dad right here. I am 16 years old, and I was wondering if I can
Can you repeat that last part?
like, would that be possible? Would I be able to debate you with my dad present because I'm not 18?
If it was up to me, actually, yeah. But unfortunately, it's not up to me. It's up to TikTok terms of service. And according to TikTok terms of service, you have to be at least 18, regardless of like the presence of an adult, to be on TikTok Live. But I appreciate you for like, you know, coming up, being honest, and asking me that. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. But like, dude, yeah, like honestly, you know, like if it was like personally up to me, I'd be down to have like really like good faith and like honest, like kind dialogue with like 16-year-olds, given that like they have like an adult or like dad present. Like I think that's actually pretty fair. But it's not up to me. Let's go ahead and move on to our next guest here. Hop in that queue if you happen to support Trump. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello, Scott, are you here? Nope, they're gone. And we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. We are just looking for Trump supporters. I don't know what is in the air today, folks, right? Like we have like 100 people in the queue, and I feel like majority of the 100 people in the queue are not like truly Trump supporters. So I will ask you to only join the guest request if and only if you are truly a Trump supporter that is at least 18 years old that supports Donald J. Trump as president. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh my God. I didn't think you were actually going to request it, but no, I'm from South Australia and we have abortion.
I'm so sorry. I gotta remove you. Please follow the rules. I'm asking very kindly, guys. I literally like just said the rules, and like they broke them. Only join the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump. I would also like to very quickly thank a handful of people. You guys have been so fucking kind over on Venmo, PayPal. Before we do, let's go to get that next guest up here. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in? Everyone is 18 today.
Yeah.
What year were you born in?
What was that?
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
June.
I don't know if I believe you. Are you being honest?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, man. We'll let you make an argument. Let me go and thank a handful of people here real quick. First and foremost, Paul, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, saying thank you for all the hard work, patience of a saint. Thank you, Paul. That's very kind of you. As well as Rosa, that is ROSA. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Rosa W's. Thank you so much for your kindness, Rosa. Rosa says, keep on doing what you're doing. Love how you school these MAGA idiots. Thank you so much for the love, Rosa. And he actually left. I think he was very obviously underage, and the nerves got to him. So we're going to move on to that next guest. But Rosa, seriously, thank you so much for the $20. As well as Brandy, thank you for the $7 over on PayPal. And Liza, holy shit, thank you so much for the $50. Jesus Christ. Liza, with a $50, says thank you for having the courage to do what you do, and thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much, Liza. Not just for the $50, but for the incredibly kind message. That is so fucking generous of you. Show some love to Liza down below, guys. That is Lyza. Thank you so much one last time. What's up, CJ? Do you support Trump?
My mother does, sir. Yeah, so I was just had a question about the what you thought about what the Pope said, condemning Trump in ICE pretty recently.
Yeah, super based Pope moment. But I'm going to kick you because you're not a Trump supporter, and we need everybody that is joining the live to be a Trump supporter. Please, guys. As well as Cindy with the $5 on PayPal. Thank you, saying, did you see Pam Bondi, the Pam Bondi hearing today? I was watching parts of it. She was just completely dodging questions about the Epstein files. Ridiculous. What is up? Do you support Trump?
Hi. Yes, I do.
Cool. Can you disconnect like any like Bluetooth devices you have connected to your phone? I feel like I hear AirPods. And while he's doing that, Emily, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you, Emily. Do we need to start a MAGA convert support group? Honestly, people should do that. That's not a terrible idea. As well as Bernie, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying proud of the work that you do educating both sides. I'm a criminal defense attorney who often channels you in court to kick butt. Thank you. Bernie, that is quite possibly the kindest gesture that you could ever make. That is crazy. That's awesome. Thank you for the $20 and the incredibly kind gesture of telling me that you channel me in court as an attorney. That's awesome. Thank you, Bernie. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump.
So, personally, mostly to do with all of the trafficking, like one of the previous guys said. I know you had said that there was more convictions, but I mean that has to do with the border being open. If the border was closed, less people getting across the border equals less convictions. On top of that, Biden raised the price of gas 100% due to the overseas wars he was trying to fight that had nothing to do with us.
So he raised the price of gas by giving Ukraine money? How does giving Ukraine money raise the price of gas?
Because it takes away from the state's money, or for our money, and
so no, there's actually just there was money that was taken out of the defense budget, the federal defense budget. So it's not taking money away from states.
Yes, so it is taken out of federal defense budget. Yes,
right. And how does that raise the price of gas?
Because because everything else, when they take money from one thing, they put it back so that they can do the exact same thing.
That sentence made no sense.
You take $1 million away from the defense budget.
Yeah.
What are they? How are they supposed to do the same thing with less money?
That sentence also made no sense, Will.
So how is the military supposed to get better and make any progress with less money?
Okay, well, I'm guessing by less money you mean the money that we sent to Ukraine, Well, there's
Yes.
actually like a part of like the $800 billion per year military budget that is appropriated for foreign expenditure, and that's not new, and that's always been the case. Not to mention that
Yes,
Donald
but
Trump
he
resumed all
literally-
military aid and funding to Ukraine in July. So, has the price of
Yes,
gas
he
gone up
did.
since July?
Personally, no, not here.
Oh, but I
Not
thought you
where I
said that
live.
giving money to Ukraine somehow caused an increase in the price of gas. But when Donald Trump sends all the same money to Ukraine, it doesn't cause an increase in the price of gas?
But he cut off money to Ukraine, so
But then the outcome of that was more innocent Ukrainians dead and an inflamed global tension with less pressure on Russia. So they were hitting Ukraine the hardest they ever have. So then he resumed it all, conceded to the Democrats, and realized that he was wrong, right? But in doing so, you're telling us, right, that didn't increase the price of gas. So you heard it here first, folks. Believe it or not, sending a couple $1 billion to Ukraine doesn't increase the price of gas. You're totally right. He left. Okay. What the fuck is going on with the viewership today? I feel like something weird is going on. So like 3 seconds ago, we had 16,000 people in here. 3 seconds later, we're down to 11.6K people in here. It just screams like artificial, like regulation of viewership. Like, is anyone else picking up on that? Because I sure am. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you?
I'm 19.
Okay, and what year you're born in?
2006.
2006, perfect. And what time is it?
What
time
well,
is
it's 3 o'clock.
Ooh, is it 5 or 3? Which one?
3 o'clock.
It's 3 o'clock. And what state are you in?
Alabama.
You're in Alabama. What's the capital of Alabama?
I don't even fucking know.
Okay, I think that Alabama is EST. It is. Well, actually, no, it's CDT. Interesting. I don't believe you, though. We're going to move on to the next guest. It actually is almost 3 in Alabama, but I don't believe him. We're going to move on to the next guest. We're going to get the Brit out of here. And we got Overtime 2K loaded into the stream, as well as Lady Teapot. Thank you so much for the $50 super... What's up, man? Give me a moment here. Lady Teapot, thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. Lady Teapot did not leave a message, only the love. Thank you so much, Lady Teapot. All the love to you. Let's get 500 Teapot W's down below in that chat, as well as Lester. Thank you so much for the $20 on super chat, saying thank you for helping and being non-biased on these topics. Well, thank you for your kindness and thank you for watching, Lester. Appreciate you for the $20, as well as Mare and the Green Witch with the $20 on super chat as well for the MAGA deconstruction support group. Yo, let's go, bro. As well as Andrea. This came in around 20 minutes ago, but I still really want to thank you. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Jesus Christ, you guys are being so kind today. Show some love to Andrea in the chat. That is so generous of you. Andrea with a 50 big one says, once again, thank you for doing what you do. My daughter is not happy because I asked her why her boyfriend is not as intelligent as you. Audrey, I appreciate you for the $50. I'm going to go ahead and stop reading that donation there, but I appreciate you for the love. I seriously do. As well as Jackie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Grace with a $5. Kirsten with a 2. Brian with a 5. Corey with a 5. Daniel with a 7. And Alyssa, thank you for the $10 as well, saying Alyssa and China are here again. We love listening to you. And Parker, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much, Alyssa. And welcome in Overtime. Do you support Trump as president?
Like, you want to be completely honest?
Yeah, I do. I do want you to be completely honest.
I'm a non-voter, but I feel like if I did, I would have voted for Trump only because I watched Charlie Kirk.
Okay, so do you think that you could have a debate with me about why Trump is a good president, or should I just move
I
on?
mean, not really, but like, cause like I'm not too.
Perfect, man. You have a good one then. Moving on to the next Trump supporter, we got Tristan Holland connecting. Jesus Christ, guys. Hey, for the 12,000 people hanging out with us over on TikTok, just make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Go ahead and let me know if you're MAGA down below in that chat right now. We're looking for the true MAGA patriots. Where are the MAGA patriots hiding? Okay, we need the MAGA patriots loaded into the live. We got Vincent George Jr. connecting as we speak, as well as Owen. Thank you for the $15 on PayPal, saying shout out to breast cancer awareness. Yes, shout out to breast cancer awareness. Shout out to all cancer awareness. We need to be more aware about cancer as a society. Thank you for the love, Owen. Huge shout out to you down below in that chat. Thank you, man. What's up, Vincent? You MAGA? Okay, Vincent's not here. Okay, your guys' wish is fulfilled. Everyone in the chat spamming Will. We got Will. Will, how do you?
Hi, Diva. Kick me. I just wanted to say you're...
Okay. Okay. All right, chat. All right. How do these spam trends start? That was Will, by the way. How do these spam trends start, guys? What's up? Do you support Trump, Conway?
Fuck no, I have one question, dude.
You don't
Where's
support
the
Trump?
anxiety pen, Dean?
Oh, it's in my hand. That's where my anxiety pin is. Thank you for respecting its preferred name, the anxiety pin. I appreciate you for that. We're going to move on to the next Trump supporter right now. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you happen to support Trump. We got Kyle loading up into the box. Here we go, folks. As well as I
love your streams, bro. They're Mango67.
All right. Wow. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. John Locke is loading in. And while we got John Locke loading in, Luann, thank you so much for the $50 donation.
Can you hear me?
On PayPal. I sure can. Give me a second, man. Luann, thank you so much. Luann, with the $50 on PayPal, didn't leave a message, only the love. Luann, if you're watching, huge shout out to you. Thank you so much for your generosity. I really support your insane, I really appreciate your insane support for the live and what we're doing here. Thank you so much for your kindness. Look, dude, let's get 500 Luann W's. All of you guys have been so kind over on Venmo and PayPal today. Just know that I really do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for the love. John, how old are you?
I'm 29.
Okay, and how old are you? Oh, wait, I just asked you that. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. Do you support Trump?
I do.
All right, John Locke, I'm gonna need you to lock in John and tell us why you support who I consider to be the worst president of your 29 years of life. He's so
Well,
bad.
I think along with me and a lot of other people, the reason why we voted for Trump was many things, including, I'll just go through the list. We wanted secure borders. The Democrats over the last couple of years have had an open border policy. Just let anybody in. We don't care who comes in, yada, yada, yada. Also, the entitlement programs like free health care, universal health care, universal basic income. The Republicans don't want to pay for these things.
What would you pay for instead? Like missiles that Israel's dropping on innocent Palestinians? Is that like preferable?
How about the government doesn't take that much money from you in the first place?
Oh, yeah, lower taxes on the average American. Guess what? Donald Trump, with the big, beautiful bill, effectively reduced the purchasing power of the average American per studies done by the CBPP, and the only candidate in the last presidential race that wanted to lower taxes on the average American and increase her purchasing power was Kamala Harris.
No, the reduction in purchasing power came from the Democrats closing down the United States, disrupting our economy, and then pumping in a bunch of money in a rate that lowered the price of our dollar.
So how did the Democrats cause the government shutdown?
They did.
How?
It was all the Democrats who pushed for closing all businesses, masking everybody, vaxing everybody, and firing them if
John,
they didn't get vaccinated. That's what happened.
John, I need you to lock in. You sound insane right now. No, the Democrats didn't cause the government shutdown by saying the vaccines were good for COVID in 2020. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, it's true. So if they knew that the death rate
Listen,
for
John,
people under 30 years old was lower
wake
than
up,
the
John.
flu.
Snap out of it, John. Snap out of it. How did the Democrats cause the government shutdown last week by being pro-COVID vaccine 4 years ago?
I'm not talking about the government shutdown last week.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about during COVID.
During the pandemic? Okay. I have a question. When did the business
But no,
shutdowns
obviously
occur?
you don't understand economics, because when you flood in trillions of dollars of money into the economy while you have it shut down, that's what causes inflation. That's
Well,
what
obviously.
reduces purchasing power, and that's why you see such a big increase in the grocery stores, at the pump, and also the reason why the guy was talking about gas prices. It has nothing to do with Ukraine. The gas prices have to do with the insane energy policies of the Democrats, who want to transition all the oil, natural gas, and fossil fuels, which are cheap supplies of energy, and move them over to more expensive interruptible power sources like wind, solar, and the rest. That's why gas is so high.
All right. We're going to go to respond to the first part of that claim, and then we could debate the second as well. So you said, obviously, I don't understand economics, and you're claiming that the way the Democrats soiled the American economy and caused inflation was by stimulating the economy with trillions of dollars while businesses were shut down, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And it isn't just the Democrats. Both sides
I have a
have
question.
passed spending bills
I
in
have
the
a question.
past,
I have a question.
which has reduced the price of our dollar and increased inflation.
I have a
But
question. I
it
have a
was
question,
a
John.
large part during COVID.
I have a question, John. So when were the business shutdowns?
What do you mean? In 2019 when COVID hit?
2020 is when businesses shut down. April of 2020, right, is when the most businesses were shut down in the American economy, and our unemployment rate is the highest it has been since the Great Depression at 14.8%. Okay? So the climax of the business shutdowns were in April of 2020. Okay? What month comes after April?
May.
What about after May? I'm going somewhere with this.
Well, I don't know
April.
what you're getting at.
What month?
Employment.
What
and
month?
The businesses
Just listen to
have
me.
do
Follow
with
me,
employment.
John. Follow me, John. What month comes after May?
June.
You forgot March.
April, May, June.
Oh, fuck, you're right. Okay. January, February, April. Wait, now you're confusing the hell out of me. I got to look my months up. Months in order. January, February, March. Okay, you know what? I did ask the question wrong. March comes before April. You're right. My bad. Huge DNL. Forgot my months. Anyways, so in April of 2020, we had the highest level of unemployment in this country in the last 100 years at 14.8%. And do you know what happened in March, the month before May? Sorry, the month, dude. What the fuck am I talking about? The month before April. What am I going on? Why am I like losing all of like my cognitive function? I just said March, the month before May, as I have the months open on front of my screen right in front of me. I'm like literally breaking right now. Do you know what happened in March, the month before April? Let me clarify. Thank you so much. The Trump administration passed a $2.3 trillion COVID bailout bill. So you're the one that suggested to me that the stimulus to the economy in tunes of trillions of dollars, right, was so harmful to this country, considering when the stimulus occurred, businesses were shut down and COVID was so drastically affecting the unemployment rate in this country. But it is Donald Trump and his administration who passed the $2.3 trillion COVID bailout bill a month before the climax of American business shutdowns in this country at 14.8% in the next month of April in 2020.
And
So does this mean that the Trump administration is culpable for the vast majority of all inflation onset by the pandemic because they're the ones that stimulated the economy with trillions of dollars during the highest level of unemployment onset
the world as
by
you
COVID?
see it does not operate in black and white as you portray it. Okay? And so both sides can do things that are bad. So Trump passing the stimulus bill, I don't necessarily agree with it. However, it was necessary, if you look at the Federal Reserve and the economists, in order to keep the economy afloat because the Democrats shut the government down.
How do they shut the government down? How do they shut the government down during COVID?
Shutting down the businesses.
Wait, no, because who was president when the businesses shut down? Donald Trump was president when the businesses shut down.
Unless they received the stimulus, we would have had a much worse ride out of COVID. That's their justification. Do I agree with it?
If you want to blame,
no, but that's their justification. Both sides.
If you want to blame business shutdowns,
second, you don't understand all the stuff in the bills because
I'm going to meet you real quick. If you want to blame the business shutdowns on those that were in power, this means that for sure you can blame them on Democratic leaders in like a lot of Democratic cities and states across this country. However, you just also have to blame them on Trump because he was in power as he was president. By the way, John.
You're telling me that all of the democratically run Twitter, Facebook, governments, all of these people who said, if you do not mask up or if you spread disinformation or if you go into work and you don't wear the proper protective equipment or go 6 feet apart, you're telling me they're not culpable?
Wait, I literally, if you listen to the
It
last
is
thing
their
I said,
justification that the state
Hey, John, you just asked me a
needs to
question.
run what
still
you're
talking.
doing for public safety.
Hey, John, do you know how debates work?
Sure.
Okay.
We're debating.
So you asked me a question. You said, are you telling me that they're not culpable? Okay, yeah, take a sip of the fucking Pepsi. So you asked me,
It's actually Baja Blast. It's pretty good.
Baja Blast is pretty good, but because you said it's good now, I think it's terrible. Now I'm going to go ahead and attempt to respond to your question. You are making it evidently clear that you're not listening to a single thing that I'm saying, because if you listen to literally the last statement that left my mouth, then you would have heard me said, sure, right? If you want to blame the shutdowns on those that held political power, you would have the ability to blame it on the Democratic leaders of like certain cities and states across America. However, because Donald Trump was also president, therefore you'd also have to blame it on him. Now, I actually have a question about something that you just said. You said that, oh, well, like these liberal platforms like Twitter, they wanted to stop the dissemination of misinformation about the pandemic. Do you agree with the decision to stop the spread of misinformation surrounding the pandemic, or do you think that that is like authoritarianism for silence?
That's authoritarian.
So would you argue that like it's authoritarian to like advocate for like a ban or the criminalization of like speech, even if said speech is false?
What do you mean?
Like you just said, it's authoritarian to stop the propagation of misinformation. So would you say like it is even more authoritarian if we were to have a president that said it's illegal to like spread misinformation?
Well, in what context? It depends on the context. Now,
Wait,
if I'm a
wait,
terrorist,
now it depends on the context?
If
Oh,
I'm a terrorist,
just
and
about
I'm
like
saying, hey,
that.
let's all meet up and burn down a block tomorrow night. Yeah, I don't think that should be free speech.
Okay, well, like, what about like a president saying that they think it's illegal to criticize them, like to take a good story about them and to make it bad? Is that authoritarian?
In what context?
Okay, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
What are we what if?
I'll give you an example, right? So, like, if Biden was president, right, and after the pandemic, right, he didn't think that he caused, right, any of like the bad economic impacts of the pandemic, right? He thought that he was mitigating them, right? And then he saw like all these conservatives going on Newsmax, going on Fox News, going on like conservative podcasts and saying that Biden caused the businesses to close, Biden caused the inflation, so on and so forth. Biden didn't think he caused any of that. He thought he was mitigating it. So if Biden were to therefore say, I personally think it's illegal to criticize me in the media, what they do is they take a good story and they make it bad. And I quite frankly think it's illegal to do that. And then he like tried to pull the licenses of media organizations that did criticize him, did say that he caused these bad outcomes from the pandemic. Would you call Biden an authoritarian?
So first off, it has nothing to do with Biden and Trump for most of the shutdowns. It has to do with the governors in each state.
Okay, well, I want you to answer
the
question that I asked
OSHA
you.
regulations.
We're not talking about OSHA. We're not talking about state governors.
Okay,
I
well,
want you
I'm
to answer
just
the question that I
clarifying
asked
that you were wrong about that. And
Well,
then second,
wait, no, because I was asking you like a very clear question about Biden in a hypothetical sense. Plus, I never posited that Biden caused
I don't
the
do
business
hypotheticals.
shutdowns.
You could do what
don't do
ifs all
critical
day.
thought?
You got to go down to the root understanding and ideology of what you're talking about.
Okay, well, if you don't engage in
We
critical
could go
thought, then you're in
back
the wrong
and
space,
forth
Bucko.
and paint black and white pictures all day. That isn't debating.
Hey, I have a question.
Debating is debating on ideas, not on what ifs.
Hey, John, if you didn't eat breakfast, would you be hungry?
Sure. I don't eat breakfast though. So.
Oh, so you do hypotheticals. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Did
if-
that prove any point? Did
w-
that change
No,
anybody's thoughts on anything?
That didn't prove
That
any
just
point
proves
because it wasn't
my
a conceptually
point
relevant
that
hypothetical.
it literally does nothing for a debate or a conversation.
Well, actually,
to
that
do
did
what
that
ifs.
actually did prove a point. The point that proved is that you do engage in hypotheticals. So that actually was relevant. So now that
Okay,
we've
I
proven the
debated.
point, hey John, calm
I
down.
participated.
Now you're on mute. So now that we've proven the point that you do engage in hypotheticals, right? Here's the hypothetical that I want you to answer to, you little boy that is very scared of debating me. If Biden said it was illegal to criticize him in the media, would that make Biden an authoritarian? Right? Keep in mind, I think that you should say yes to this question, given the fact that you said if Twitter banned misinformation, that would make Twitter an authoritarian group. So obviously, if
I
Biden
would
tried to ban
recommend
misinformation,
that
that'd make
you
Biden
go
an
and pick
authoritarian
up the
too.
book, The Wealth of Nations.
Oh, I actually recommend you answer my question, John. First mute for not answering my question. Go ahead and unmute. I'm gonna count the very sad attempts to pivot around my question on my fingers, John. Go ahead and try again, my friend. If Biden said it was illegal to criticize him in the media, would that be authoritarian? Yes or no? John, go ahead and unmute. They can't answer questions. He knows if he answers it, he's cooked. So he'll never answer it. He lost the debate.
Hello.
Hi,
Sorry,
answer the question,
I
please.
accidentally muted myself.
Answer the question. If Biden said
so
that
the
it's illegal to
question is,
criticize him in the
did he
media.
pass a law? Did he pass a law?
No, he said that it already is illegal, and he tried to act on that by like. banning
Okay, he
news
could say whatever he wants. Did he pass a law? And what's the law say?
Right, but if he were to say that,
And
would
you're
that make him
hypothetical.
If he were to say that, and would that make him authoritarian?
I mean, I could say I don't like people criticizing me, but that doesn't make it not free speech or free speech.
Right, but that's
Did he
not what
pass a law?
That's
Did
not
he
what I'm
veto?
positing.
What are you
That's
talking about?
That's not what I'm positing that he'd say in this hypothetical, John. You are like incessantly straw manning my arguments. You're incessantly straw manning my positions.
No,
You're
what I'm
incessantly-
saying is
Hey, John, would
there's
you
a
stop
difference
interrupting
from
me so I can
someone
clarify?
saying,
Okay,
I don't
go ahead and
want you
speak
to
all you want.
criticize me, and there's a difference between saying, I'm going to pass a law that says you can't criticize me. It's a
Okay.
completely different thing.
Well,
It's a completely different
I'm
thing.
not asking you, would Biden be an authoritarian if he said he doesn't like it when people criticizes him? I'm asking you, would Biden be an authoritarian if he said it was illegal for the...
No, he wouldn't.
So, okay, that wouldn't make him an authoritarian? For him to say that it's illegal to criticize him in the media?
No, it's not an authoritarian thing to say.
Because he, like,
I don't
actually-
like people criticizing me.
So
That's
he'd
not
ha-
an
he'd have to
authoritarian thing to
actually,
say.
like, pass a law?
If he went to pass a law that says you can't criticize him, yeah, that'd be authoritarian.
Okay, so if like Biden said that he thinks it should be illegal to be a conservative white man in America, but he never passes a law to enforce it, would that make Biden an authoritarian?
Nope.
I got you motherfuckers dying on the craziest hills of all time. Oh my God. Do you understand what you just said?
No, you're trying to do a gotcha. Oh, we're gonna
Dude,
compare
you just
this
said
to
that Biden wouldn't be an authoritarian if he said he thinks it should be illegal to be a conservative white man in
No,
America.
he wouldn't. He wouldn't.
So if Biden said that he wants to throw like all
Well, no,
conservative
you're-
white men
you're
in jail for the
conflating-
rest of
you're
their life,
conflating-
but then never
no.
actually passes policy to get it done,
conflating-
he wouldn't be an authoritarian. If Biden said he wanted to take guns away from every conservative in this country and specifically wanted to criminalize being a conservative white man and said that he wanted to jail every conservative white man in America for the rest of their lives till the day that they died, and he wants to take away your legal ability to condemn and or criticize his administration anywhere, and if he sees you publicly speaking about his administration negatively, that you'll be publicly executed in the streets. But if he never passed any laws to effectively actually do any of those things, would he be an authoritarian?
You are conflating what people say to what they do. People have a right to say whatever they want. It doesn't make them an authoritarian. It's the actions that you take on what you say
Wait, does saying
that makes you authoritarian.
Wait, does saying you're a Nazi make you a
So
fascist?
you think, oh, I got you. No, that has nothing to do with it.
Wait, so saying that you're
What
a
I'm
Nazi doesn't
trying to
make you a
say-
fascist?
No, you went from free speech. Can he say this for free speech? Yes, he can say it for free speech.
I never asked you.
If he says it,
never
does it
asked
make
you.
him an authoritarian? No,
okay.
it doesn't.
Okay,
If he
all right.
does an action because of his words, that makes you an authoritarian.
Okay, all right. So, like, for instance, like if Biden like belligerently violated the Constitution a handful of times in an illegal attempt to circumvent Congress and changing the Constitution, he attempted to change it himself, then he would be an authoritarian, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Donald Trump is an authoritarian because he infringed on the First Amendment when he passed an executive order attempting to ban the burning of the American flag, even though SCOTUS ruled that was constitutionally protected under freedom of speech in 1989.
You-
The Texas
you think it's
Supreme Court
okay
case.
to burn
Donald
anything?
Trump is also an authoritarian because he passed executive order number 14160, his first day in office, to attempt to ban birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil, even though the Constitution has expressly guaranteed them that right since 1865 when the 14th Amendment was ratified into the Constitution, in 1897 since the Chief Justice of SCOTUS made it explicitly clear that undocumented immigrants have birthright citizenship, and Donald Trump is an authoritarian because he's called for the termination of the 22nd Amendment and arguing that he thinks he should be able to run and serve for a third term, and Donald Trump is an authoritarian because he directed his Justice Department to attempt to find a way to ban gun ownership for trans Americans, even though that is expressly unconstitutional, and even the far-right NRA has agreed to that notion. So, once again, just to recap where we're at, Mr. John, you told us that Biden would be an authoritarian if he belligerently infringed on the Constitution. Well, Donald Trump actually has belligerently infringed on the Constitution in all the ways that I just gave you and more, meaning that according to your logic, Donald Trump doesn't just think like an authoritarian because he thinks it should be illegal to criticize him in the media, but he actually is an authoritarian since he's taken material action to infringe on constitutional rights.
Okay, you can say a list of things. It doesn't make what you said correct. So, first off, we got to start with the flag comment. Do you think it's okay to burn anything in the middle of the street?
What the fuck does that have to do with my flag comment?
He didn't ban burning a flag in your house or in your yard.
So he ran on that. Yeah, he said if you burn
He
a flag,
said,
I'll let
I
you
am
know
going to
you're in
use
jail."
my executive power to enforce federal law on people who decide to burn a flag in public.
Oh, so you're saying that he tried to find a way to circumvent the Constitution and arguing that there's maybe a legal way to ban the burning of the American flag by charging individuals with crimes by proxy? Well, I mean, if anything, I think that this makes it worse because he marketed it as a ban on burning the flag, and he still does today, giving the National Guard an explicit direction to arrest people for burning the American flag, meaning that he just tried to find a way to circumvent the Constitution, right?
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to burn stuff in public, including the flag.
I don't know. I'm agnostic there. But you know, now you're saying that that was just him trying to circumvent the Constitution, but he labeled it as a constitutional
What do you mean
violation.
circumvent the Constitution?
Because
He's
he
using his federally delegated authority as an executive in the executive branch to enforce federal laws and made an executive order to provide guidance on if people are burning the flag, we're going to enforce the federal laws that are already on the book.
So then,
So,
why?
I don't know what you're talking
So then, why did he call it the ban of burning of American flags?
Because it is because the Democrat cities are letting people run amok and burn the flag and burn chairs and set cars on fire and dumpsters on fire. So yeah, it is. It is a ban on burning the flag in public.
Okay, well, if it's a ban on burning the flag, well, then it's unconstitutional because burning the flag is constitutionally protected. But if it's a ban on burning
he didn't
things
say
in public,
you couldn't do it in your house or
Well,
you do it in your yard
I
on
mean-
private property.
I mean, actually,
He said
yeah,
you
that-
can't go out
that-
in the middle of the street or on the sidewalk.
that would be implicitly alluded to given his statements. I mean, just go listen to him talk. He never ran on banning burning of the American flag in public. He ran on banning the burning of the American flag.
But you can twist the words however you want.
No, you're
but
the
that's
only
what
one
it
twisting the words. I'm the one quoting Trump. You're the one misquoting Trump.
Yeah, he is banning it. He's enforcing the federal laws that are already on the book. That doesn't make him an authoritarian.
Okay.
Do you want, I mean,
Well-
I'm an authoritarian because I don't want people burning flags in the street? I mean, that's kind of nuts.
Once again, I just described to you how, once again, you are misquoting Trump by arguing that he's attempting to ban the American flag by proxy of federal law. Now, I understand that's what the executive order did. However, his rhetoric surrounding the issue, even prior to the election, is just banning the American flag point blank, period. Now, you are going to just continue to repeat
Well,
yourself.
actually, that kind of proves my point. Because you're saying when people say things that they are an authoritarian and that they need to be stopped. And that's why you have your whole debate here on TikTok. And that's authoritarian in itself. That by people using their free speech to express their ideas, you want to shut them down. You want to say, oh, that's why we need to get Trump out of office because they're an authoritarian, because they say things I don't like.
So I definitely
Well,
think
no,
I think if the president says that
is
advocates for
authoritarian.
things, I think
That's
if,
authoritarian.
I think if the president advocates for things that are expressly unconstitutional, that it is well within the civil duty of any American citizen to protest the presidency, right? But like I said, it's not just saying things that are unconstitutional or advocating for things that are unconstitutional. You know, in reference to the violation of the 14th Amendment that I brought up, that's an explicit constitutional violation, right? Where he tried to ban birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil. They have that right guaranteed to them by the Constitution. Donald Trump tried to ban it through an executive order. That is explicitly Donald Trump infringing on the 14th Amendment. Real quiet now, John.
Well, no, you let the Supreme Court decide on it.
They already have.
I don't know what you want me to say about it.
SCOTUS already has decided on it. So in 1897, we had the U.S. versus
Okay.
Long Kim Art case that challenged who is and is not eligible for birthright citizenship under the first section of the 14th Amendment. And they determined that the only individuals that are not eligible per their ruling were indigenous Americans, members of invading militant armies, and foreign diplomats. Now, of course, we later got federal law to give indigenous Americans birthright citizenship, but those were the three explicit categories set out for who qualified for birthright citizenship under the first section of the 14th. And guess what? Undocumented immigrants don't fall under any of those three categories, meaning they
That's
explicitly
fine.
have birthright citizenship.
I don't agree with it necessarily myself either. That's cool.
Okay, so then you admit that Donald Trump took action to illegally infringe
No,
our
I
Constitution.
can tell you every single president has taken actions that could have been deemed unconstitutional
Well, it's
or
not just
bending
merely
the
doing.
law.
It's not just doing
Because
something
he
that is
did
merely
it doesn't make him a
unconstitutional.
tyrant. Every single president would be a tyrant.
It's not just merely doing
It
something
doesn't make
that's-
sense.
It's not just merely doing something that's unconstitutional, but it's belligerently doing something that is obviously unconstitutional, and he would know it, unless he's just a complete idiot, right? So your two options
no,
here
he doesn't. He
are to
doesn't know
argue-
it.
Okay, then
He
he's a
doesn't
complete
know.
idiot because the clear text of the 14th
Okay,
Amendment
take
would obviously
Nevada,
apply
for
to the children of
example.
undocumented immigrants
When
born on American
Lincoln,
soil.
when Lincoln was
no,
president,
listen.
here
Let
in
me,
Nevada,
I'm going to go ahead and finish talking, John. If you'd argue that he didn't know that it was unconstitutional to ban birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants, here's my question to you. Have you ever read the 14th Amendment? Go ahead and unmute your mic. Your mic is muted, John.
for some reason, it keeps getting muted, and I'm not doing.
Have you ever read the 14th Amendment?
Yes, I've read all the amendments.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and
What
read.
I'm trying to say
I'm going to go
is-
ahead and read
is
section
all
1
the
for you real quick.
presidents have pushed their executive power on what they can get away with within the Constitution, which they can do, and that's why we have the Supreme Court to check them.
Okay, all right, I'm going to go and repeat what I
And
said.
that doesn't
Oh,
make
no,
him a
no.
tyrant. If you look at Nevada when Lincoln was running for re-election, he needed another state to be on board with him in case he didn't get the amount of votes he needed. He would need each state to cast a vote, and so he took what was passed on during the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo to Nevada. And so he's like, okay, Nevada is going to become a state, and they're going to give me my one vote for when I'm president. Well, all of the other 13 colonies, when they got transitioned to statehood, all the land was transferred to the state to be under state control. And I cannot remember the article in the Constitution that says the federal government can keep land for ports and forts in a certain amount. But anyway, they kept 80% of Nevada's land, and the federal government still owns 80% of Nevada's land. So is that being a tyrant? Was Lincoln a tyrant because the Continental Congress and Lincoln didn't transfer the land over to the state like it says in the Constitution?
Yeah,
But
so-
no one's challenged it, so I
if-
guess it's okay.
So if Lincoln
I mean,
violated
that's
the
what I'm saying. Is,
Well, are you
is
going to let me answer your
all
question?
the presidents have pushed their
John, you just asked me a question. Let me answer it. Yeah. So if Lincoln violated the Constitution and withheld land from Nevada, that would be an act of authoritarianism,
Okay.
right?
Cool.
That would be like if he like knowingly and belligerently violated the Constitution, absolutely, right? And that's exactly what I believe that Donald Trump did with his executive order number 14160.
Okay.
Right, and we're actually going to go back to that right now,
But
because you
that-
said that
that's
all
fine.
presidents. Let me talk. You said that all presidents have done things that are unconstitutional. Like I agree, right? Like Biden, for instance, technically violated the Constitution with his first round of student loan forgiveness. But what I'd say the difference between these two scenarios is that was Biden unknowingly violating the Constitution, and when SCOTUS checked him on it, he just found a legal way to do it instead and honored their ruling. Meanwhile, Donald Trump doesn't honor the rulings of judges; he just violates them, doesn't care. Like for instance, with this ban on birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants, first of all, you either have to argue that he knowingly violated the Constitution or he's a goddamn idiot, because the clear text of the Constitution says all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States, which obviously applies to the children of undocumented immigrants, not by just reading it and having a common sense comprehension of the text of the 14th, but also because of case law from Plyer v. Doe in 1987 or U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark in 1897. But then even after federal courts protested his executive order and called it unconstitutional, well, then he just continued to push for it to be legal and has continued to repeat that they don't have birthright citizenship. And I'd say that this is obviously an attempt for Donald Trump to intentionally violate the Constitution. And I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic back to you right now, because your only counter argument here would be to argue that Donald Trump unintentionally violated the Constitution here. But in arguing that he unintentionally violated the Constitution here, you have to argue that he's a goddamn idiot.
No, I'd say his interpretation of
the 14th Amendment is different than what you're perceiving it as.
Then give me a
In his mind.
non-idiotic interpretation of the 14th Amendment to prelude
He
to the
thinks
idea
that if
the
you're
children
not
of
a
undocumented
citizen,
immigrants.
if you are a citizen and have a kid here, then they're a citizen. If you're not a citizen and you're here in our country illegally, you're already illegal, you shouldn't be here, that kid doesn't fall under the 14th Amendment because you're not a citizen.
Give me a
That's what he
non-idiotic.
thinks.
Give me a non-idiotic
That's what he
legal
thinks.
interpretation.
You're not
of
a
the 14th
citizen
Amendment
of the
to entail
United
that.
States. No. If I have a kid and I'm not a citizen of the United States, okay?
But it doesn't say all citizens. It says all
And
persons.
I'm not subject to the jurisdiction of the Constitution because I'm not a citizen. So
Wait.
my kid isn't a citizen.
Only citizens are
what
subject to the
that's what
jurisdiction of the
argument is.
Constitution.
That's what the argument is.
Wait, so are you arguing that only citizens are subject to the jurisdiction of the Constitution?
Yeah, you only get the rights of the First, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment as a citizen.
Okay, so particularly if you'd like to argue that undocumented immigrants and non-citizens are not subject to constitutional rights, point number one, this means that you're going to be pro-choice all 9 months in all 50 states since fetuses are not citizens, meaning that fetuses would not be subject to constitutional rights. And because the Constitution is the highest law of the land, therefore they wouldn't be subject to any rights, meaning that they wouldn't be subject to a legal right to life, meaning that they wouldn't have a right to life or any standing to implement abortion bans. And point number two, if you'd like to argue that non-citizens are not subject to constitutional rights, well, then the government has no authority to deport undocumented immigrants.
You're not getting it. If I'm not a citizen, okay, and then I have a kid, then my kid shouldn't be a citizen. That's
Okay,
the
that's not
argument.
what the Constitution says.
No, the Constitution says citizens who are under the jurisdiction of the Constitution have those constitutional rights.
That's actually not
So
true.
if
It
I'm
says-
not-
I'm
if I'm not a
reading off of
citizen-
congress.gov. It does not say citizens. It says all persons.
Yeah, who live under the Constitution of the United States.
Yeah, who are
So you're saying
subject to the
everybody
jurisdiction
in
of
the
American
world
law. I have a question.
is
Are
under the jurisdiction of the Constitution? That would not make sense.
No, because they're not in America.
Okay, so you step on American soil as a tourist from Norway. Are you under the protection of the Constitution?
Yeah, and if you have a kid, they're a citizen.
No, that's
Yeah.
not how it reads.
Okay.
No.
Could you please give
So
me any
if I'm
case
a
law to
foreign
demonstrate?
diplomat, if I'm a foreign diplomat from France and I'm visiting the White House, now I get to carry my gun around? No, they're not under the same jurisdiction as the
So you're right
Constitution.
about foreign diplomats, and the Supreme Court has agreed since 1897. I'll go ahead and repeat this for you. So in 1897, SCOTUS adjudicated what subject to the jurisdiction thereof means, right? And instead of defining who is subject, they instead defined who wasn't subject. And in defining who is not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, they included foreign diplomats, indigenous Americans, and militant forces from invading countries, right? Right? And like, why would foreign diplomats not be subject to the jurisdiction of our
Well,
laws? Because they have
I'm
diplomatic
just
immunity.
saying what his reasoning is. Okay.
Right, but like,
It's
obviously
not
you
black
can't
and
even
white
explain the
where
reason.
They're crazy. It makes sense.
No, it doesn't
They
make sense
think-
because you're saying that
It does.
undocumented immigrants are
They
not.
think-
Wait. If
they
undocumented
think
immigrants
that
are not
if you're not a
subject,
citizen-
if undocumented immigrants are not subject to U.S. law, then how do they break it?
They broke the law of the United States.
How could they break law
but
that
they
they're not
don't
subject
have-
to?
Yeah, but they are not subject to the
Like for instance,
constitutional
wait,
rights.
I have a question. So if somebody like sells drugs in Argentina, are they breaking American law?
If I go to Norway,
Answer my
and I light
question.
a store
Answer
on
my
fire-
question. If somebody sells drugs in Argentina, are they breaking American law?
No, they're breaking Argentinian law.
Wait, why are they not breaking American law? It's because they're not subject to it, as they're not.
No,
because
they're not under the
non-citizens.
jurisdiction of the United States because they're not on soil.
Exactly. So you just said that they can't break American law because they're not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. So therefore, if you're arguing that undocumented immigrants are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, then they're not illegal because they didn't break American law.
I don't think you know how a constitution works.
I don't think you know
It's
how your
not
own
the
argument
same
works
thing
because you just contradicted
as
yourself.
a statute. A constitution, you know what the word comes from? It means.
I don't think where the
You know what the word comes from?
I don't think where the word constitution
You
comes from
don't.
is relevant to the
because
argument at all.
it's a group of individuals getting together, okay, who have individual liberties, and they supplant those individual liberties in a state of nature.
No one cares, John. I'm going to go and thank a handful of donors here. Narcissa, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. I really appreciate you for the love, Narcissa. That is Narcissa spelled Narcissa. Thank you so much for the love, Narcissa.
Hello.
That is so incredibly kind of you. As well as Lady Teapot, thank you so much for another $50 over on Super Chat. You guys are so fucking kind. Lady Teapot with another $50 says you are so inspirational and delightful. Let's see what else she says here. Let's see. I can't say what hasn't already been said a million times, but your impact is real beyond the fan base. It's nice to have somebody fighting for women in the LGBTQ plus like me. The internet can be bleak sometimes. Well, Lady Teapot, I really hope that you're still in here because this did come through a while ago. Just know that I really appreciate you for the love. Please show some love to Narcissa and Lady Teapot down below in that chat, as well as Hyped Phantom. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat saying that guy's cooked. So real. And then Bops with the $10 saying the smirk you get when you're about to school someone makes my day every time. Get pushed, Mr. Kermit Collar. Thank you for the love. And then Glampire, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much for the love, Glampire. Please show some love to Glampire. Show some love to Lady Teapot, Narcissa, and all the incredibly kind donors down below in that chat. There's also a handful of people that I do need to get around to over on PayPal and Venmo. I'm going to go and thank you guys here in a minute. John actually, he left. He ran away. So I guess, you know, the Trump supporters champion is a runner. That's funny as hell. Yeah, that guy got absolutely pushed. Holy shit. Cooked his ass with that last argument. Let's go and get that next guest, Brian, up in here. Of course, all the Trump supporters in that chat are champion a runner. I mean, a runner's the best they have. As well as, let's see here. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo saying, Dean, please buy coffee or some type of drink on me. I don't know how you deal with this fucker on a daily basis in these lives. It's too much. Thank you so much for the love, That is incredibly kind of you. Yeah, also, the reason why I muted that last guy is because he gave me the argument that if somebody sold drugs in Argentina, they couldn't break American law since they're not subject to America, right? And then I wrapped that into the argument that because he was attempting to argue that undocumented immigrants are not subject to the jurisdiction of America, that therefore they could possibly not break American law in undocumented entry to the country, meaning they're not quote unquote illegal. And instead of responding to the argument like any debater would, he instead started exploring where the word constitution comes from. So I muted his ass. What's up? Do you support Trump, Kevin? That's really weird, Kevin. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. Bonnie, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo saying, please do a stream of Trump supporters that you've turned and regret their vote. I'd be happy to be the first. Thank you for all that you do. Really, Bonnie, dude, that's awesome. I'm really happy to hear that you've changed your mind. And I've said this before. I think that'd be a really fun stream to do, to get some people up here ooh, that's crazy. That like used to support Trump that don't anymore. And thank you for the $15, Bonnie. What's going on, George? Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump, yes.
Okay, and what time is it?
It is 3:20.
What state are you in?
Texas.
What state did you say?
Texas.
Okay, name 3 cities in Texas.
3 cities in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I have one quick question, actually. Is it an...
We're going to move on to the next guest. While we're still thanking people, let's go and get that next guest loaded up in, guys. We got the next Trump supporter, hopefully loading into the stream right now. We got Chloe connecting. While Chloe's connecting, I'd like to thank Keely. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Keely. Thank you, everyone, so much for all the love over on Venmo. We also have a bunch of people to thank over on PayPal. Holy shit. Let's go and load those up now. Oh my God, Joshua. Dude, Mr. fucking Joshua, thank you so much for the $200 donation over on PayPal. Jesus Christ, Joshua. That is insane. Let's get 2,000 Joshua W's down below in that comment section right now for the $200 donation. That is so incredibly generous of you, bro. I do not deserve that much love. That is fucking nuts. Thank you so much for the love, Joshua. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter up here, but please show some love to Joshua. Joshua, the $200 says, I watch your streams every day. You've reignited my hope and inspired me to finally pursue my goal.
I love you.
I appreciate you for the love. And it inspired me to finally pursue my goal of running for local office here in North Carolina. Here's to 204 streams and many more to come. Much love. Joshua, that is so fucking kind of you, bro. I really appreciate you for watching the streams, and I'm happy that the streams can serve as some inspiration for yourself to get involved. And I really hope that your run in your local office in Raleigh ends up working out for you, man. You should keep me updated on that. Let me know how it goes. Thank you, Joshua. As well as Alicia, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Sam with a 6, Keith with a 5, Alexis with a 5, Alice with a 5, and Juliana with a 2. Thank you, guys. Thank you all. I really appreciate all of you so much for the love. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here right now. And if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. Okay, we're going to go ahead and kick Susan. That was a little scary. You take care, Susan. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, J-Boss, why the hell is that?
I guess I do and I don't. I like the policies that he's pushing for immigration. That's kind of a touchy topic. If your work ethic is great.
Wait, I just need to clarify here. Knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to November, who'd you vote for?
That's kind of a hard question. I would still vote for Trump, and that's I think that's because of the faith that I know he's got the faith of Christianity.
So if he wasn't a Christian, you probably wouldn't support him anymore?
No.
So he's not a Christian.
Yeah, he is a Christian. Yeah, because I do believe what him and Vance are doing is good.
I can prove to you he's not a Christian.
Well, I can highly doubt that.
No, I could prove it to you. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Do you know what James 2:24 says?
I don't. I should probably read more up on my Bible.
James 2:24 says, faith without works is dead, meaning that not only do you need to have faith that Jesus is king, but also you have to do works in order to maintain a relationship with him, to be Christian, right? To be a follower of Christ. So what would you say the necessary works are in order to maintain a relationship with God?
Yeah, you get in the Word. Have people around you that are uplifting.
There's one big one I could think of. It'd be repenting to God for your sins. Do you agree?
Absolutely. Yep, you hit the nail on the head.
So if you don't repent for your sins, then you're not a Christian, right?
Right.
Donald Trump said he's never repented for any of his sins to God.
Well, I don't see that being right. But
so therefore he's not a Christian.
I want to go on the immigration.
No, we're not going to pivot yet, because he told us that he's never asked God for forgiveness for any of his sins in his life, which means he's never repented, which means he's never fulfilled a necessary work of the Spirit to be a Christian, meaning he's not a Christian. And because he's not a Christian, earlier you told us if he wasn't a Christian, you wouldn't support him. You don't support him.
Right. Well, I mean, your beliefs are your beliefs.
These are my
beliefs.
These
Anyway,
are your beliefs.
okay.
This is an internal argument. You are the one that told us that you wouldn't support him if he wasn't a Christian. Were you not?
Right, yes.
Okay, and I just proved to you that he wasn't a Christian under your own view, because you agreed that in order to be a Christian, you have to ask God for forgiveness for your sins, and Donald Trump says he's never done that. Meaning not under my beliefs, but rather under your own framework, you no longer support Trump because he's not a Christian, and you accept he's not a Christian, given that he said he's never repented for any of his sins to God, and you agreed that if you've never repented for any of your sins to God, then you can't be a Christian.
Okay, right, and I should have probably worded that different, but you can repent, right? You can. It's never too late until it is too late.
Okay, well, the fact of the matter is, Donald Trump says that he hasn't, meaning that right now he's not a Christian until he does.
Right. Okay. So, what is your thoughts on immigration? What is he doing wrong that you see so unfit?
Many things I see wrong with his immigration.
The biggest problem that you see him doing is.
I'll happily tell you as soon as the question stops serving as a deflection.
Okay. So here's my touchy. I'll kind of turn back. With this immigration policies is ICE is coming in everywhere.
Well, listen,
right?
we're not talking about immigration yet. We're still on the base.
I'm changing the subject.
Well, not yet, because I'm not done with the fact that you told us that you wouldn't support Trump if he wasn't a Christian, and I proved he wasn't a Christian, which should mean you no longer support him.
I support. I don't. Here's my thing. I don't just support Trump. I support the great vice president that we have right now. I think he's doing a phenomenal. Like he's doing a great job, right? He's doing a really great job. I mean, you probably disagree with me on that, but we're not here to discuss or debate Vice President J.D. Vance. But you've got to see where I'm. So I am.
I'll let you get up. If you want to move on to another topic, we can.
No, that's so. Yeah, I mean, just kind of caught me off surprise. I've been waiting here for a while. But yeah, immigration. I see the do's and the don'ts. Yes, I am for getting the criminals out of here. I absolutely am. I don't see it fit that it's like detaining mothers, sons and daughters that have not committed a big crime, that are just here to make a living. I don't see that being fit. But I do believe there's got to be some sort of law, right? You can't just come into the United States illegally and then, oh, well, now I'm mad because I'm going back to my home country.
Okay. So you think that people should be removed from the country for committing a crime?
Right.
But arguably, wouldn't you say it's hypocritical to therefore suggest that you shouldn't be removed from the White House if you commit a crime?
Well, here's the thing. That I don't think that is very much true. That's my opinion.
So would you say the criminal court that determined he was guilty of 34 felonies was unreliable?
Well, here's the thing. When you have a favorable judge in the liberal side of things, you're going to do what your party wants you to do, right?
Well, the judge isn't who determines guilt. That's the jury, right? So would you argue that like the DOJ is unreliable and that's why you think Donald Trump is innocent of his 34 felonies?
I don't see it being as liable, right? But I do. But I do believe that you can maybe pay somebody to sit on the jurors' seats and then act like, hey, we're all just gonna vote against him because we got to go to a paycheck out of it.
What were his felonies for?
I don't know.
Okay.
I thought it was bogus, so I didn't even read up on it. I'm not a very political guy.
So you don't even know what the felonies were for, but you know he didn't do it. That sounds like
because they're bogus. Because they're bogus.
And you know he didn't do it because you know he didn't do it.
Right.
So you actually have no reason to believe that he didn't do it, and you're completely uninformed about the surrounding facts of the case. You're just a goddamn cult member, so you'll assume he didn't do it because it better fits your narrative. The really big issue with this line of reasoning is that you think your thoughts and your feelings determine reality, right? But that's not true, bro. You ain't God, all right? You ain't God, my friend, right? What you believe and how you feel doesn't determine reality, right? And the reality of the matter, right, is that Donald Trump was found guilty of 34 counts of falsification of business records in the first degree, meaning he possessed an intent in committing the falsification of business records to conceal another crime, right? That you learn something new every day, and you're learning something new today. But the question that I got to ask you is, if you didn't even know what these felonies were for, in fact, you know nothing about the case, and how could you possibly know that he's innocent and he didn't actually commit them?
I mean, I definitely have to do my homework on that, right?
You don't have an answer, right? This is like saying this is like saying like, oh, like I don't know what you're wearing right now, but I know that you look like shit, right? How could I possibly know that you look like shit if I don't know what you're wearing?
Okay. What was one of his biggest? What was the most outstanding charge that he had against him that name something.
I just told you what all 34 were for,
Okay.
which was for the falsification of business records in the first degree.
Okay, so his personal life. See, here's the thing. If Biden had done this, which the Republicans have, I think they have a little bit more respect for another human being, and we all saw that during Charlie Kirk's deal. We all saw that.
Republicans have more respect for humans? No, fuck
Absolutely.
that. You guys are the ones that are
Absolutely.
actively propping up an authoritarian regime to illegally deport people like Abrigo Garcia to Sica in El Salvador, where he was beaten, tortured, and imprisoned for 3 weeks and lost 30 pounds. And you were the ones that were celebrating it, all right? Y'all are the ones that are celebrating ICE going into Chicago suburbs and ripping naked children out of their bedrooms and forcing them into the backs of vans. You guys are the ones that are celebrating Donald Trump militarizing American cities, declaring war on cities governed by Democrats, and then directing ICE agents to use military chemical agents to disperse protesters, leading towards like hospitalizations of protesters all across this country. And you think it's a great thing. You guys are the ones that are celebrating 10 million low-income Americans losing access to healthcare, which can quite frankly possibly kill them. We already have 40 through 60,000 people that die per year via lack of access to healthcare, and you celebrate it like it's awesome. Same thing with millions of Americans losing access to food stamps because he defunded them by $156 billion. You guys are the same ones that will turn around and say, if you're gay, then you're going to hell. And even though gay parents generate the identical parental outcomes to straight parents, you still think that it's wrong and shouldn't be legal. In fact, that's why we now see SCOTUS re-challenging not just the legality of gay marriage, but as of today, the constitutionality of conversion therapy. And you're going to try to convince me that you guys are the ones with respect for humans? Tell that to Adriana Smith. Tell that to Adriana Smith's family. Tell that to Abrigo Garcia's family. You know, please tell that to George Floyd's family. You know, tell that to the families of the millions of Americans that are being negatively impacted by the Trump administration today because of all the things I just named and more.
Okay, do you support that if you're not politically in belief with somebody else, with the next group of people, that it's okay to get up there? And we can go through this. This is the whole Trump deal, but I'm kind of in my thought now. That it's okay to shoot somebody for their own opinion or stab them or hurt them in any way. Do you think that's okay?
Do I think it's okay to like physically hurt people because of their opinions?
Right, and then cheer after it had happened.
Like most of the times, like no.
Okay, do you see what just happened a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago? I mean, you've heard it, you've seen it.
You're talking about like Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Yes,
So first
absolutely.
and foremost, I would argue that like bigotry isn't a political opinion, or at least it shouldn't be. But second of all, like no, like I condemn public assassinations, including his.
But who was Charlie Kirk for? Who was he for? Was he with Trump or was he with Biden?
He was obviously with Trump.
Okay, and they killed him. Why?
Do we know the motives of Tyler Robinson yet?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because he preached the truth, right? He
Okay,
he
kill him
preached
because they
what was
preached
right.
the truth.
Absolutely, he did.
Okay. Then why?
And
couldn't
the
he, then,
Democrats
wait,
were-
I actually
the
have a
Democrats
question.
were cheering.
If Charlie Kirk was preaching the truth, then how come he was running from a debate with me for the last year and a half before his assassination?
Running from it, you say?
Yeah, no, seriously. If Charlie Kirk was just like a truth teller, then how come he was running from a debate with me? I'm not gonna forget about that just because he's dead. It's a fact that he was when he was alive. When he was alive, he was fucking running his ass off from me, bro. Oh my God, he was running from me so hard. Let me tell you, dude. Let me tell you about this fucking runner, my friend. So I sat down with him for 2 minutes at Jubilee. I gave him a compelling argument on abortion that he couldn't protest. He said it was the best argument he's ever heard on abortion. So then I scheduled a follow-up sit-down debate with him. Then his manager canceled on me last second. I show up to Texas A&M, confront him in person, try to get a debate there. The whole crowd is like, debate Dean, even the Trump supporters. He's like, no, I can't do that, right? And then I post a video of that. It gets over 100 million views on all of my social media accounts. And then because of the amount of public backlash to him being visibly scared of me and running away from me, then his executive producer reached out to me, dropped me a line, called me, and said, well, we'd love to have you on the Charlie Kirk show to finally sit down and have a debate with him. I was like, okay, let's do it. I'll debate Charlie Kirk, even if it's on his own territory, on his own podcast. I was like, when are we going to do this? Didn't hear back for the next 7 months. Still running from me. Still fucking running from me. Dude, he even went to Oxford, and the very first student that he talked to at Oxford asked him, why are you running from Dean? Right? And in response, he didn't even say that he wasn't running. He just got visibly pissed because a student asked him that, and then lied about saying that he'd already sat down with me multiple times, even though that just wasn't true, right? So if Charlie Kirk was just such a truth teller, then why wouldn't he debate me?
I'm sorry, I didn't get half of that. I'm still busy at work. But I've got to go. I know you're probably thinking it's an easy way out, but no, I don't know. So kind of run that down. So what was said? Like you try to get an interview with, or you try to
Oh,
debate?
I just gave like a really like long explanation how Charlie
Yeah,
Kirk's
and I
been
try
running
to
from me
listen.
for 2 years.
Right. Okay. It would have been an absolutely great debate. I do believe that he would have got you pretty good.
In the one sit down I have with him, he admitted I got him pretty good.
Well, I mean, we can agree to disagree.
Do you want me to play you the clip?
No, I actually got to go. So if you want to have
Okay.
another Trump supporter come up here, you go for it.
All right, we're gonna go to get our next Trump supporter up here. Let's go to get that next MAGA person up here. We got Core loading in. While Core's loading in, I have a couple people to thank. You guys have been so fucking kind. Shelby, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. And Shelby, I will check that out. Thank you for the $10. Show some love to Shelby down below in that chat for the $10 over on PayPal. As well as, let's see here, Laura, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Laura, that is so fucking kind of you. While we're working on getting that next Trump supporter loaded in, please show some love to Laura down below in that chat for the big 50. Laura says, I've decided that paying you counts as a tithe. I appreciate you for that love, Laura. All the love in the world to you. Let's get 500 Laura W's in that chat. Age right now. I don't even know I'm asking for their age. They're obviously like 14. Moving on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult, meaning you're 18 plus that supports Trump. We'll happily get you up here. Show some love to Laura down below, as well as Kaylin. Thank you for the $20. That is Kaylin.
back.
Age?
I'm back.
Okay, it sounds like a child. All right, we're going to focus on getting the next Trump supporter up in here. But Kaylin with the $20 says, hey, Dean, I wish I could give more. Keep kicking ass. Dude, don't say that. $20 is a shit ton of money. Thank you, Kaylin. That is Caelin. Thank you so much for the love. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Actually, no, I wanted to ask you about something, if that's cool. Let's go.
Unfortunately, we are just looking for Trump supporters at the moment, man, but I appreciate you for popping up. We do Q&As every once in a while, so if you want to ask me a question, then feel free. But right now, we are just looking for the debates. Go ahead and put a me with your age down below in that comment section if you want to come up here and have a debate. Keep in mind that we are only looking for Trump supporters. If you join and you are not MAGA, you are going to be banned. Banned very quickly, quite frankly. Thank you for the $20, Kaylin. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Only, but I got a lot of reasons.
Hey, are you MAGA?
Yeah, but it's because
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Before we hop into our debate, I'm going to thank a couple people. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Cool, man. Hey, Sydney, thank you for the $11 on PayPal. Sydney says, you're such a kind soul, Dean. You deserve the world. Sydney, well, I appreciate you so much for your love. You deserve the world too, Sydney. Show some love to Sydney in that chat. As well as Chris with the $10 on PayPal says, elbows up from a Canadian fan. Dude, shout out to Canada. Love you, Chris. Thank you for the $10. As well as Stephanie, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. That is incredibly kind of you. And then Hayden with the $10 on Venmo 1 minute ago saying that you're cooking these dummies. On God, Hayden. Appreciate you for the $10. I really thank you so much. As well as Suzanne with the $25 on Venmo. Suzanne says, hey, Dean, I'm the AP environmental teacher that sent you love yesterday. Yeah, I remember you, Suzanne. She goes on to say, I wanted you to know that your fight to make a difference has helped inspire me to primary my ineffective DIN congresswoman in Trump's home district. Dude, good fucking shit. Oh, that is awesome, Suzanne. Thank you for the $25. And that is so awesome to hear. Good luck. As well as Kate, thank you for the $20 as well, saying thank you for constantly using your voice to help change minds. You are well articulated and have helped me in my own conversations. That is literally why I do what I do, Kate. You are fucking fantastic. As well as this came in 20 minutes ago, but I really, really want to thank you. Pam, I hope that you're still here. Thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. 500 Pam W's in the chat. That is so kind and generous of you. Oh my God. Pam says you're inspiring. Keep doing what you do. We all love you. All the love in the world to you as well, Pam. That is absolutely ridiculous. You guys have been showing so much love today. Thank you all. And then two more here. Zach, thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat, saying being against political violence doesn't mean you have to pretend to be sad that a horrible, bigoted person isn't spewing their vitriol anymore. Agreed. Yeah, you could be against political violence while like still being like like indifferent to the fact that now we have an actor that's not spewing hate speech anymore. As well as Hype, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. As well as Josh, thank you for the $10 as well. You guys are awesome. But go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump.
All right, man. So Only because I feel that both parties are controlled by one higher up. You feel me?
Are you gonna say
Aliens who are lying in alliance with the government who governs our mental with voice of God and energy weapons. We know Trump went to Epstein's Island, bro, and was besties with Jeffrey. Always posted up with Diddy in the year 2000. If my theory is true, we've seen Kamala Harris having degeneracy.
Okay, I'm gonna go and just move on. We got our next guest loaded up in. He knows something that we don't, chat. Aliens, weapons, energy weapons. You know something that we don't. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? No, he's not here. It sounds like he's driving too. Go ahead and put a me with your age down below in that comment section if you support Trump and you want to come up here and debate. Also, I don't know what it is. I think that our stream is like perpetually like getting limited by TikTok. Like we just keep on like having like random viewership drops of like 5,000 to 6,000 people. I've never had that before. I don't know what the hell's going on. What's up, Daniel? Do you support Trump? Nope, Daniel's not here. Moving on to Chris. Samra, this just in. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you. Samra with the $10 says, you're one of the only things that gives me hope for humanity. My entire family is MAGA, so it's rough out here. Bro, get him on the live. I'd love to talk with him. But I appreciate you for your kind words, and I'm happy that you enjoy the streams. As well as Jamie, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo, saying Dean Withers 2040. I don't know. I don't know if I will ever run for president, but I appreciate you. As well as Lillian, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. What's up? Do you support Trump, Chris?
Yes.
Age, right now.
19.
Don't believe you. Goodbye. Moving on to Morgan.
2006.
Alana, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal, saying currently sitting in the back of my college lecture with the stream blasting to my headphones. Okay, well, you should focus on class, but good to have you here. Thank you for the $5. As well as Stacy with a $1 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. All right, we're gonna get that next Trump supporter up here right now. And if you want to support me, you know, like Stacy, Alana, Stephanie, Chris, so on and so forth, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, and I get 100% of all the proceeds over on those platforms. What's up, Eric? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, my camera on.
What's up?
I can't have my camera on.
Nope. What? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007, July 26th.
And why do you support Trump, Mr. Eric?
Honestly, I just wanted to go up here and say that I think you're really cute. I like your face.
Thanks, man. We're going to move on to the next guest. Let's get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. We got Lil T connecting to the stream right now. Hop in that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Okay. All right. We got Lil T connected right now. All right. Lil T is not connecting. We're going to move on to Ben. Here we go, guys. Yo, Chastity, thank you for the $5 over on Super
What's
Chat.
up?
Thank you for your kindness. What's up, man? You MAGA?
Yes, I am.
You okay? And how old are you?
19.
19? What year are you born in?
2006.
Okay. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your life, Donald Trump?
Well, I mean, of course, I don't believe he's the worst president ever.
Oh, yes. Yes.
What? Were you hitting an anxiety pen?
Yeah, I was.
Oh, okay. Well, I support him because, first off, his immigration policies. I mean, obviously, recently they haven't been doing the best at implementing them, but I also support him because of abortion.
Okay, so you think abortion should be banned?
Yeah,
Why?
because it's murder of a human being.
Okay. What's murder? Can you define that silly little word?
Ending in human life.
Oh, that's a really bad definition of murder because that would like constitute self-defense as murder.
Well, obviously there's exceptions.
Yeah, no, there's not, right? You'd have to find a way to define the term to be univocal of all-encompassing circumstances where it could be applied.
Well-
there's that whole idea that there's like exceptions to rules. That's like, I don't know where that came from, but it's just not true in this sense.
You don't think self-defense is an exception?
Well, I just think that self-defense or killing somebody in self-defense is categorically different than murder. And that's because I define murder as the unjust termination of a human life, which wouldn't include justified terminations of human
Oh
life.
yeah,
such as
well I would agree to
self-defense.
that. I would agree to that.
Okay, if you agree to that, then the next question would be well, why is it unjust to terminate the life of a fetus?
Because it has potential to grow into a human being.
Okay, it has
Or, like,
potential to
grown
be
to a-
somebody like you or I in the future. So do like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
unicellular human zygotes. Is it murder to kill a zygote?
No,
Okay, even though they have the potential to be like you or I in the future?
they do, but it's different.
Okay, well, it's actually not different, right? Both the zygote and the fetus possess a potential to be like you or I in the future.
Because it's not. I mean, I agree. Maybe I would say. Wait, would you say at like?
Why are you
20
asking
weeks
me a
when this-
question? You just contradicted yourself.
No, I'm just curious where you stand.
Okay, I'll happily like inform you about that after we could like solve this contradiction in your view, unless you just completely concede the view.
Okay, what was your question?
Well, I didn't give you a question. I gave you an argument, right? You said that the fetus has the right to life and it's unjust to kill it and it's murder to kill it, right? Because it could have a future like ours, potentially, right? Well, so could a human zygote. They also could potentially have a future like ours. Yet you don't think it's a murder to kill a zygote. That's a contradiction of your view, right? It demonstrates your position to be inherently illogical.
That's kind of a bad argument to be honest, because
What?
a
No.
zygote and
No, proving your view to be contradictory is the best argument I could possibly have.
I would disagree.
Okay, I'll explain why it's the best argument I could ever possibly have. Can contradictions ever be true?
I'm not contradicting myself.
Can contradictions ever be true? Or are contradictions always false?
Where are you going with this?
I'll show you. Just answer my question, or I'll answer it myself.
I'll let you answer it.
Contradictions are always false, and because your view is contradictory, therefore your view is necessarily false. That's why it's the best argument I could possibly have, because it proves your view to be irrefutably incorrect.
So you think abortion is right because zygote or whatever you're saying is
Well, we just like demonstrated how your like reasons why you think abortion should be banned are like irrefutably false because your reasons are contradictory.
okay, so you don't think there's anything wrong with like ending a human life when it's not fully
Yeah, like when it's a fetus? No, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that.
okay. That's kind of messed up.
Okay, you don't have an argument that it's messed up. That doesn't entail a contradiction. So you're speaking to me from a place of emotion. You're not speaking to me from a place of fact. And why should the baseless emotions of an 18-year-old boy control the bodies of women and
19.
girls?
How old are you? Aren't you? You're pretty close to 19, aren't you?
I am. I'm 21.
Okay.
And I'd say the same thing about me if I was using, or sorry, I would hope that others would say the same thing about me if I was attempting to use my baseless emotions to advocate for controls on the bodies of women and girls.
Okay. But yeah, I still think it's wrong.
Right,
I don't-
with no good
what
reason.
You're saying is doesn't really make much sense, to be honest. Like
Okay,
it's
okay,
not justifying it.
So what did I say that didn't make sense? Because I thought I was like so incredibly clear within my counter argument.
No, what you were saying is making sense, but it definitely doesn't justify it.
Okay, well, it demonstrates you to possess no good reason to find it to be wrong. And if you don't have good reason why something's wrong, then it's not wrong.
Okay, but would you say ending a pregnancy early around 20 weeks is okay? Like, do you think there's anything wrong with that?
No, not really.
So you think like ripping the arms of a baby inside of a belly, arm off, ending its
not
life is
wrong.
okay? Wow.
So do you have any, like anything besides like like the wows and the those are crazies, or do you have like a refutation of my position? Because my position is simple. I value consciousness. Okay, I value our unique
please save
ability
me.
to engage in a high level of rationale through subjective experiences with the world around us, okay? And that ability doesn't emerge in a fetus until around 20 through 24 weeks with a thymocortical connection. So, of course, before those thymocortical connections are made, the fetus wouldn't have the ability to deploy any levels of subjective experiences, meaning that I wouldn't give it moral value, meaning that I don't think the death of that fetus in
Okay,
the
so it doesn't
actualization
have
of the
value
woman's right
until
to
it comes
bodily
out the womb?
autonomy is wrong at all, right? Not to mention, you said a fetus inside of a belly. Is there someone eating babies?
Wait, so you're saying a baby doesn't have value until it
That's
comes out the womb?
It's actually not what I said at all, Ben.
Okay, could you explain or what
Yeah,
you're saying?
I'll reduce it to like 5 words. Consciousness equals right to life. Consciousness occurs 20 through 24 weeks, meaning no right to life before 20 through 24 weeks.
Okay, so you can't after 24 weeks?
Yeah, elective lethal abortions. Like, I'd say that those would be morally wrong after that point. But we don't really see elective lethal abortions occurring. And pragmatically, it may just be easier to still leave it up to the women and their doctors. So we're not like having women
Wow.
die at 25, 26, 27 weeks because doctors are too scared to perform like a life-saving abortion
Trump,
on a
please save
woman.
us.
Right?
Wow.
Right. And I'm pretty sure like pragmatically that's the best view to hold because we just don't see elective abortions at that point. And at that point, right, we do see a lot of women that might die during childbirth. But like I would agree morally that an elective lethal abortion at that point would be wrong. But I don't think I'd want to introduce any legislation to stop that would like make a woman die because doctors are too scared to perform a
Yeah,
life-saving
that's
lethal
very
abortion.
unlikely though.
I mean, from my research, it's more likely for a woman to die from pregnancy at like 25 through 35 weeks
that's definitely
than
not
it
true,
is
though.
for a woman to get. You didn't even know more likely than what? I wasn't done with my sentence, Ben.
I know what you're about to say.
I think it's more likely for a woman to die from pregnancy at 25 through 35 weeks than it is for a woman to get an elective lethal abortion at 25 through 35 weeks. Because I could point towards multiple instances of women dying at that point. I have never been able to find a single circumstance of a woman getting an elective lethal abortion at that point.
Yeah, man, that's just a coward stance.
The only coward here is you because you don't employ fact, reason, or logic in your
How much do
argumentation.
you bench?
You employ your baseless emotions in a sad attempt to control the bodies of women and girls around you, making you antithetical to what is good for society and just
Man, I
simply
don't think
stuck in your
that.
regressive ways.
I think I love all women, but I also love my children too.
You have kids?
Yes, I do. I have
Okay.
two.
Thanks for sharing. I don't care.
Okay. I think it would be definitely very wrong if she just had an abortion.
Okay. So, and would you say that abortion would have been wrong because it would have prevented you from having kids today?
Yeah.
So therefore, it would have been wrong for her to like revoke consent during intercourse because it would have prevented you from having kids today?
Well, that's different.
Oh,
It already
well,
happened.
I mean, well, actually,
then you're still ending human life.
actually, right, in the context of your argument, it's no different at all because both the action of abortion in that circumstance and the
Nope.
action of her revoking consent in that circumstance would have prevented the future existence of your children today.
Yeah, nope.
I mean, it just objectively would have. You're delusional if you think otherwise.
I think it's wrong once it has a heartbeat and it has brain waves and it has feelings. And
Feelings? It's wrong when it has feelings. Guess what?
How do you
Feelings
know if
can't
it has feelings or not?
Feelings can't exist without the pre-qualifier of sentience, meaning that they can't exist until after 20 through 24 weeks, meaning that you're pro-choice until 20 through 24 weeks, as that is when you believe it becomes wrong.
Okay. Still wrong though. I think all abortions are wrong.
Even in circumstances of grape?
Cause it's already at conception it's wrong. If that
Oh,
makes sense.
even in circumstances of grape?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you please teach me, inform me about something? What obligation would have
Okay, I've heard a very, very smart man that
Boop! Muted. What obligation would a victim of rape have to be forced into providing her bodily resources to the fetus to keep the fetus alive? From my perspective, they were forced into sex. They were forced into pregnancy. So why should they be continued into being forced to give their bodily resources against their will without their consent to keep a fetus alive for 9 months? Why has that been?
2 wrongs don't make a right, buddy.
Well, you're pre-assuming that the action of abortion in that circumstance
2
would be
wrongs
wrong,
don't
buddy.
make a right, buddy.
In that statement, you are pre-assuming that the action of abortion would be wrong. However, in me asking you the question, what obligation would the pregnant woman have to provide her bodily resources to the fetus against her will without her consent? I'm arguing that it's not wrong, as no obligation would exist for the victim of
What
rape
would
to
you
keep
say
the
if
fetus
I
alive.
told you that I was a rape kid? Oh wait, no. That sounded wrong. You know what I mean, though. You know what I mean. Oh my
Like
gosh.
you were conceived by grape?
Yes,
Would I tell you?
yes.
I would tell you that I'm incredibly sorry that your mother was a victim of SA.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, that's a bad thing. But I don't think
if you're
killing
asking me
the
what I
kid
would tell you, that's what I would tell you.
Yeah. It's definitely very wrong. And 2 wrongs wouldn't make a right, man.
Okay.
I think
Hey, Ben.
it's still a life.
Hey, Ben, you're doing that thing where you repeat yourself once you've been refuted. I've already told you how your statement, 2 wrongs don't make
I don't
a
think
right.
I need a reason. I think I believe just off of morals.
Okay. Well, the morals would be the reason. Are you saying that you can't articulate the reason behind your moral?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, then what's the logical distinction between you and a white supremacist that can articulate the reasons behind their moral claim that it's wrong?
Hey, what the heck, bro?
You heard me. What's the logical
the
distinction?
heck?
What's the logical distinction between you saying that you hold to the moral claim that abortion's wrong, therefore women should be prevented from accessing it, and you can't articulate why or give any reason behind your moral claim? What is the logical distinction between you and a white supremacist that thinks it's morally wrong to be black, but when asked for reason or articulation, they'll tell you that they don't have any?
Bro, what kind of question is this?
It's a very fair question that points out that there's a lot of similarities between you and many other obviously bad people that derive moral conclusions not from any reason, rhyme, or logic, but rather from their own intuitive emotions generated by societal bias, upbringing, prejudice, so on and so forth.
Well, I guess so. Are you Christian?
No.
What are you?
I'm agnostic, Ben.
Oh,
Are you
okay.
Christian?
Yes, I am.
What are the first 4 books in the New Testament?
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers.
Those are the first 4 books of the Old Testament. I asked you what the
Yeah.
first.
You
what
said
the
New
first-
Testament?
I did.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. Boom.
Oh, very nice. Okay, you know your Gospels. Anywhere in
do.
those Gospels does it clearly describe that one sin is worse than any other, excluding blasphemy?
Nope.
Okay, so all sins are identical in the eyes of God, excluding blasphemy?
Yeah, but that's
Is your argument that abortion should be illegal because it's a sin? Because if you say that, well, then you'd also have to advocate for the sin of telling your children that Santa Claus exists to be illegal, since it's identical to the sin of abortion.
no. Come on, man. That's completely different.
Well, you just said that no sins are different from one another. In fact, you agreed
Well-
that they're identical.
Well, in the eyes of God, He's basically just saying that that we're all sinners. You can't judge other people.
Well, no, he's saying that all sins are identical in his eyes, right? You just agreed to that, and now you're changing.
But that's in the sense of that we're all sinners.
Okay, not in the sense of how wrong the sin is. So then where in the Bible do we learn that the sin of abortion is any worse than the sin of lying?
Wait, what'd you say? Repeat the question.
Where in the Bible do we learn that the sin of abortion is any worse than the sin of lying?
So, do you think murder? Okay, this is a question. Do you think murder is worse than lying?
I do. Where in the Bible does it say that?
Wait, let me think.
While you're thinking really quick, Kai, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Kai, as well as Shay. Thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo 4 minutes ago saying, I love watching your content. Keep it up. Thank you, Shay. Show some love to Shay down below. As well as Carmen, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying, as a black woman, I appreciate you speaking up for women's rights. And let's see here. and the rights of all minorities in this country. Please keep doing what you're doing. Carmen, that is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for your kind words and the $10 donation. Show some love to Carmen down below in that chat, folks. Seriously, thank you so much for the $10. As well as Soraya. I'm just going to call you S. Thank you for the $10 over on PayPal saying, Dean, my guy, thank you for dealing with all these anti-choice idiots who don't understand anything. Yo, bro, cook his ass. Thank you for the $10 S. As well as Casey, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal as well. Carolina with a $10 saying, thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Carolina. And then Amy, thank you so much for the $32 donation on PayPal. Thank you, Amy. Amy with the 32 big ones says, I'm so excited to see what you do and where you go in the next 5 years. I wish we had a UK Dean equivalent for our young population to look towards. Listen, man, young people all across this world are waking the hell up, realizing what's right and wrong, and are being very publicly outspoken about it. So I wouldn't doubt it if you have somebody over there soon. As well as Catherine, thank you for the $5 on Super Chat. Jonathan, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. And NC, thank you for the Galaxy. If you're watching and you want to support me, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio and TikTok, as well as in that pinned message over on that YouTube stream. I get 100% of all the proceeds on those platforms, compared to 30% here on TikTok and 30% on the YouTube Super Chats. Anyways, Ben, I have a question. What do you do to soccer balls?
What?
What do you do to soccer balls, Ben?
Do not kick me, bro.
Oh, and you're gone. Moving on to the next guest. You got kicked like a soccer ball. Moving on to Cameron. Quite frankly, let's go. Quite frankly, you got cooked. Hello, do you support Trump, Cameron?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Something's weird here. I don't trust it. Moving on to the next guest. All right, hop in that queue if you support Trump. I don't know. I just don't trust it. Chat. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Who's next? Who's the next Trump supporter that's going to come up here and get absolutely cooked? Who is it? All right, we're going to get Carter up here. I have a feeling that Carter's going to be like 12, though. If I had to guess, Carter's like 12 and a half.
Support Trump. Why don't you support Trump? What?
I was right. We're going to move on to our next guest, Jail. Here we go, everyone. I was right. I was dead on. Honestly, maybe even younger than 12. What's up, Jail? Do you support Trump?
Yes, indeed I do.
Jail, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, all right. And why the fuck do you support the worst president?
Wait, hold on. No, I'm 20. My bad. I just turned 20.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I do kind of disagree with some of the things that are very minor, but my biggest point is deporting the illegals.
Mass deportation. Sir, why do you support American last policy that only serves in the destruction of this country's economy and erosion of this country's moral fabric? According to the American Immigration Council, mass deportation would reduce our GDP by 1.1 trill through 1.7 trill per year, reduce our government revenues by billions of dollars per year as undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion per year in taxes, and erode the moral fabric of this country by normalizing the exploitation of human rights, such as how the Trump administration illegally deported Abrigo Garcia, where he was starved, beaten, and tortured in El Salvador. Are there unconstitutional deportations of Venezuelan immigrants? Are there illegal holdings of legal immigrants, such as Mahmoud Khalil, in ICE detention centers for 3 months? Or the 510 confirmed instances of human rights abuse on behest of ICE in the last 3 months by one senator?
What are you yapping, man?
Would you like me to replay everything I just said?
No, Sure.
Okay, just listen closer this time. Are you ready?
Okay. Yes.
All right, we're going to get Carter up here. I have a feeling that Carter's going to be like 12, though. Let's go and skip forward. If I had...
What?
I would...
Uncomfortable.
Economy in a... Why do you support... Let's go to
Deporting
listen
the
this time.
illegals.
Mass deportation. Sir, why do you support American last policy that only serves in the destruction of this country's economy and erosion of this country's moral fabric? According to the American Immigration Council, mass deportation would reduce our GDP by 1.1 trill through 1.7 trill per year, reduce our government revenues by billions of dollars per year as undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion per year in taxes, and erode the moral fabric of this country by normalizing the exploitation of human rights, such as how the Trump administration illegally deported Abrigo Garcia, where he was starved, beaten, and tortured in El Salvador. Are there unconstitutional deportations of Venezuelan immigrants? Are there illegal holdings of legal immigrants, such as Mahmoud Mahmoud Khalil in ICE detention centers for 3 months, or the 510 confirmed instances of human rights abuse on behest of ICE in the last 3 months by one senator.
What are you yapping? Okay, no, I do see your point. However, I still haven't gotten the chance to explain why mass deportation, I think it's the way to go. So, first of all, this countries, El Salvador, Mexico, Central America primarily, they have one of the most violent crimes that there is. And that's usually because of culture, all right? So when people migrate to the United States to look for a better, life, better status, and whatever they're looking for, they start to become submissive, meaning that they refuse, or obviously since they can't get the benefits from, social security benefits and all this stuff, they start to become submissive. That doesn't mean that they are not dangerous people. They might do misdemeanors, or they might always have a very composed attitude, or, in the United States. But once they have a first generation out in their offspring, all those cultures, all those behaviors, all those things that were raised or, put into their brains when they were children, they're going to pass it on to the next generation. And since the next generation will have all this benefits like social security, green cards, blah, 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 they wouldn't be able to keep them in line anymore. So I feel like the biggest problem with this country is not really the immigrants. I feel like it's their offspring.
You think identically to Nazis. Like everything that you just said, and I'm not even joking. You can find in the Mein Kampf about Jewish individuals, Romani individuals, gay individuals, and black individuals. You could also find everything that you just said rooted in antebellum era, chattel slavery in America, to do with race realism and phrenology. I mean, you literally just said that these people are violent and they will act submissive and then pass their violence to their offspring. Yeah. That's Nazi rhetoric. And this isn't just a conflation from a leftist, it's historical fact. So first and foremost, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil. They're 3 times less likely to commit property crimes on American soil, and they're 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes on American soil. You're wrong.
What do you mean I'm wrong?
I mean, you just said that they're so violent and it's caused by their culture. They're actually less likely to engage in violent crimes than American citizens.
Immigrants, yes, they are less likely because they're scared. The government has put them in the right place to be useful for society, which is, the what's it called? They pay like some taxes or something like that. So
do you see how this data directly refutes your Nazi racist fear-mongering?
If I were the Nazi, I would say something like, we should kill them all, which I'm not saying that.
So you could so just because you don't support the mass genocide of undocumented immigrants doesn't mean that it's not Nazi and racist to suggest that to the core of their being, they're violent and they will pass said violence off to their offspring. Is that controversial? Like to say that that's Nazi rhetoric?
Not really.
It's okay. So then you agree that you're espousing Nazi rhetoric.
Here's the thing, like I'm saying, I'm not really saying we should get rid of these people. What I'm saying is we should keep them in the right place. Capitalism works in the way that the rich is supposed to benefit off the poor. That's why manufacturers from USA take advantage of companies like.
What did you just say? We need to keep them in the right place. What do you?
Yeah.
What does this mean? What are you? We need to keep undocumented immigrants in the quote unquote right place. What is it? What does that mean?
Okay, so you know how undocumented migrants keep like they pay a lot of taxes money for the country,
Right.
right? So that's what they're useful for. We need to keep them in the right place
Oh, okay.
so this country can keep running.
just to make sure that your argument is clear, undocumented immigrants are violent because of the fiber of their being, and they will pass that violence off to their offspring. But we need to keep them in the right place. Their only use is to pay taxes into the American government. Like everything that you say, you just become more of a Nazi.
I don't get how this is Nazi speech.
Have you spent like a day in school studying like Nazism, the reign of Hitler? The
Yeah, I know how
Holocaust?
I know how they used to put them in the chambers and
Right,
kill them.
and then like it should be clear then, right? Because you're saying that per the fiber of their being, they're violent, and they'll pass that violence off to their offspring, and their only use is to uphold the government. So we should keep that in the place, keep them in that position, so they could keep on paying taxes. But outside of that, they're very violent, dangerous people.
I'm
Listen,
not
man,
saying they're
I'm just gonna go ahead and be honest with you. Undocumented immigrants are people just like you, are people just like me, are people just like any other person,
I agree 100% with
right?
that.
Undocumented immigrants, right, are not violent to their core. In fact, undocumented immigrants are more benevolent on average, right, than American citizens due to the fact that they're disproportionately significantly less likely to commit crimes. And you arguing that undocumented immigrants need to be kept in their place of contributing to society and paying taxes is just vulgar rhetoric. I mean, it kind of just sounds like you want to create a caste system and you want to advocate for holding certain groups of people within a particular class to demonstrate their use or purpose that you're prescriptively placing on them, thereby dehumanizing them and subjugating them to a function of a society compared to being their own individuals. And this is insane. I'm definitely underreacting. I'm just trying to be very clear with like why you're wrong.
Here's the thing though. I'm speaking for America. So like I'm only trying to see what's best for America. Like I said, I'm obviously with you. They are humans just like me and you. However, they're not obligated to be in this country. They're not
Hello?
country.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and ban you for hate speech since TikTok didn't do it yet. Like I'm just gonna be clear. You know, like no, that was hate speech, right? Like let's not act like it isn't hate speech to like engage in like the same lines of dialogue that Nazis and slave owners did, saying that some individuals are like violent to the core of their being and they're gonna pass that off to their offspring, right? Like that's race realism. That is that is hate speech. That is absolutely undeniable hate speech. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest here. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We're going to get you loaded up. Just make sure that you're an American adult that supports Trump. We'll get you loaded into the stream. Oh my God. Yo, Amanda, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you, Amanda. Let's get 500 Amanda W's. Thank you so much for your kindness. Amanda with the $50 says, can you please say happy birthday to my sister, Corey? We both love you and Momo. Of course. Happy birthday, Corey. That is Corey spelled C-O-R-R-I-E. Chat. Show some love to Corey. Please show some love to Corey down below in that comment section. That is seriously so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much, Amanda, for the $50, as well as Anonymous. Oh my God. Thank you so much for the $105 donation on PayPal. Their message is just Anonymous, please. Anonymous. That is so incredibly kind of you. That is so generous. I really appreciate you so much for your love. Thank you so much, Anon. I want to see 1,000 Anon W's down below in that chat. And I also want to see some crazy big love for Amanda and Amanda's sister, Corey, down below. Happy birthday, Corey. Thank you, Amanda, for the $50. And huge shout out to Anon for the 105. You guys are so fucking kind. But yeah, let's go to get that next guest up here. I really, 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 really appreciate everyone so much for all the love and kindness today. Thank you all. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello, they're not here. Okay. Also, Alexis, thank you so much for the five. Oh, they're. Hi, are you here?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 17.
Okay.
And a half. I'm all
Alexis with the $5 on Venmo says, my Mexican citizen father came to the U.S., retired U.S. Marine, and I'm not a criminal. No, you're not at all. You're not at all, Alexis. That last guy was a Nazi. Courtney, thank you for the $5 as well, saying he's up here punching down on immigrants. Yeah, he was punching down on immigrants. I'm not going to read the rest of that, but Courtney, thank you for the $5. Okay, now for everyone hanging out with us on TikTok. So we just got the live stream restricted because I was being mean to that last guest for calling him out on his shit, and TikTok is now accusing me of harassment and bullying. So here's what we're going to do. We have around another hour and a half left on the stream. We're going to spend the remainder of this stream doing debates, but we are going to go ahead and restart on TikTok. So, I mean, we do a restart every day. So if you're frequent to the stream, I know that you already know how to come back after the restart, but these restarts literally only take 5 seconds. They're super duper fucking quick. So if you want to come back after the restart, hit that follow button in the upper left-hand corner right now. You will be able to find us again super duper easily. And I'm actually going to go and give you guys a very quick rundown on how to come back to the stream even quicker, because these restarts literally take like 30 fucking seconds. Not even 30. 5 seconds is what I meant to say. When the live ends, you will see this pop up on your phone screen. It'll say live ended, and it'll show you my profile picture. If you click on my profile picture right under the live has ended, boop, if you click on that, then it will direct you to my account page. Once you're on my account page, count to 10, then refresh, and then click back into the live through that glowing orb around the profile picture. The restarts literally take 5 seconds. They're super duper quick, and I'd really appreciate it if all of y'all would come back. However, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to restart the live right now. It's going to take 5 seconds, but I am going to go and use the restroom. So for the first like 45 seconds after I restart, it's just going to be an empty chair because I'm going to go piss. I'll see you all in 5 seconds. Be right back. For everyone on TikTok, y'all aren't going. Sorry, on YouTube, you guys aren't going anywhere. We're just going to go ahead and restart. And I'll be right back. See y'all soon. I'm going to go pee. Hello! Welcome back into the stream. How are we doing? Welcome back in for the 4.5 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok. So good to see you all. And for everybody that is still with us on YouTube, thank you for being here. For everybody that is tuning in, we just had to hit a little bit of a restart on the stream because we got our send out taken away by the evil TikTok overlords because I was mean to somebody that I thought was a Nazi. Make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. I'm going to go to thank a handful of people. Hyped with the $5 over on Super Chat. Appreciate you for the love, my friend. As well as Manny with a $5 on Super Chat saying, keep up the best work. Thank you, man. Let's go to show some love to our donors. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. But at this point, we're going to go ahead and hop back into the debate. So if you are big time MAGA, go ahead and hop in that queue for me. We'll get you loaded up in here. We got that first guest joining right now. I would also like to thank quickly Maria. Thank you for the $11 on PayPal saying thank you for debating and exposing the fascists. Thank you, Maria. I appreciate you for that love. Let's get 100 Maria W's as well as 250 Sylvia W's for the $25 donation on PayPal saying, I love what you were doing, young man. Thank you, Sylvia. That is so fucking kind of you. As well as Cliff with a $15 on PayPal saying, always nice to see you on my FYP. Thank you so much. All three of you. Y'all are awesome. Show some love to Maria, Sylvia, and Cliff down below in that chat. As well as Boom Shakalaka. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Oh, all right. Take it away. Why?
Because I do not support genocide in the black community.
Okay, I also don't support that. I just don't understand how not supporting the genocide of black individuals leads to supporting Trump.
Right. So it's a literal genocide in the black community when it comes to fentanyl use, abortion, black on black crime.
God, I really wish I could talk to you. Boom Shakalaka, do you have any backup accounts at all that you could come back on? So I gotta kick you because you said the name of the FDRUG that is against TikTok terms of service. Oh, I really want to talk to you though. I really want to talk to you. If you happen to have any backup accounts, go on them, hop in the queue. I will happily have you back up here. But I had to kick you for saying the name of the FDRUG, or else the live would have been silenced again. So if you have any other accounts, hop back up onto them, or even just like hop back in the queue now, and I'll let you back up in like 10 minutes to see if like maybe that will like get my page not restricted. But I want to talk to you, Boom Shakalaka. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right. How old are you?
49.
Okay, perfect. Do you mind if quickly before we hop into our debate, I think a handful of others for their love on Venmo and PayPal.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Kaylee. Genevieve, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Just saying debate. Thank you so much, Genevieve. Show some love to Genevieve down below in that comment section. As well as Jonathan. Thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And let's see who else here. Alex, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. So go ahead and tell us why you support Trump.
Okay. So shall I start?
Yeah. Actually, what year were you born in?
1976.
And you said you're how old?
I'm 59.
Oh, yeah. Troll. That would have been 1966 to be 59. We're going to move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue of your MAGA. All right, we got Melvin Walker. Well, where the hell did Melvin go? We got Roy Crafted loaded up in. Here we go, guys. They were trolling. They were a troll. Big liar. Big liar. Hello, do you support Trump?
Hello.
Hey, are you MAGA?
I used to be.
You're
not anymore.
Dude, super bass. Really happy to hear that you've been able to change your mind, man. Good for you. Hell yeah. We are just looking to talk to people that are still MAGA. We're looking for Trump supporters. Okay, there's somebody in my queue named Susan that I would really love to get up here. Boom, I got her. Okay. She's been spamming like MAGA in my chat for like ever now. Hello, Susan. You're a Trump supporter, right?
Yes, I am.
Right, and I believe you because you've been trying to get up here for a couple days now, right?
That's correct.
I've been seeing you down below in that comment section. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay, now you're laughing, which makes me think that you're a troll.
No, I'm not.
Why do you
Please,
support
I've
Trump?
been waiting a couple days.
Why do you support Trump?
First off, I want to talk about the border.
What time is it?
It's 8:23.
Okay, all right.
2:20.
It is 8:23 p.m. in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. So unless you're on a cruise, probably not 8:23 p.m. We're going to move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue of your MAGA. What is up, Lewis? Do you support Trump?
God, no.
Okay. I don't even know what he said, but I heard a British accent, so I kicked him. Moving on to the next guest, Nate. Here we go, guys. What is going on with the TikTok viewership today? We're getting another one of those like really weird drops. Super weird. I don't know. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here, folks. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here. Just make sure, we're double tapping on the phone screens and whatnot. What's up, Nate? Do you support Trump? Okay, Nate's not even here. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Please stay the fuck out of the queue unless you're an American adult that's pro-Trump. Come on, y'all. Follow the rules. As well as Claire, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Claire, that is so kind for you. Saying thank you for everything that you do. Thank you so much, Claire. You're awesome. Let's get 150 big Claire W's down below. That is so very kind of you. As well as Harley, thank you for the $15 donation on Venmo. Saying I listen to you in Parker every day. Your streams are the only thing getting me through work right now. Happy to help, Harley. Thank you for the $15. That is very kind of you. As well as Samantha, thank you for the $10. And Colin with the $4 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. Colin asked, did I wash my hands? Don't lie, bro. Yes, I did wash my hands. All right, we're going to go to get that next Trump supporter loaded into the stream right now, guys. We've already talked to her, so we're going to kick her. And we're going to go to move on to X-Rex.
Wow, I can't believe I got on.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, sir.
Oh, God, why?
His policies mostly, I know he's a big troll. I know he says a lot of dumb stuff, but he's doing the job that I want him to do.
Oh, God, yeah. What is the job that you want him to do? Like, I mean, I think that his leadership has been terrible in the last 8 months. Like, seriously appalling. spent trillions of dollars, divided the people, militarized our cities, declared war on America as the president of America. I think we should invoke the 25th Amendment and throw him the hell out.
I completely disagree.
So why do you support him?
Trade policy mostly. I think bringing jobs back to the U.S. It will put people back to work and increase our GDP.
Rates of hiring are at their lowest point since 2007. Unemployment is surging. Investment into American business is down for the first time in years. And GDP growth actually went negative for the first quarter of this year.
So anytime those policies like that take a while to get into place. They just don't happen as soon as you get in office and do it. It takes a while for it to turn.
Okay, so what policies?
Well, bringing manufacturing back to the United States. Obviously not everything, but
Actually kicking manufacturing out of the United States. There's 8.3 undocumented workers in the American labor force. He wants to get rid of them all. That is going to significantly destabilize the American economy and significantly affect American manufacturers.
so all the manufacturers I'm talking to feel pretty positive about what's happening, especially when China is cheated for so long. You got to admit, when Trump put his tariffs on China and then Biden came in, Biden kept them and increased some of them. There's a reason for that.
Okay, well, it's
By the
funny.
way, I got to say it, Dean. I'm a right-wing Republican, and I respect you and Parker quite a great deal. I don't have a lot of respect for people on the left, but I do to honest people. So, just wanted to say that.
It's very kind. Now, you're saying that there's a reason that Biden had kept tariffs on China. I mean, you guys hate Biden. Usually with everything that he does, you're like, oh, that's super terrible because he did it. But now you're able to identify one thing that he did that coincides with a narrative. So now you're like, well, he had good reason to do it, obviously, because he did it. I'd actually argue that the tariffs that Biden kept on China were bad, and I wish that he didn't do that. I think that was one of the bad things he did, right? But I mean, even in consideration of that point, today our tariffs on China are only at 10%, which is pretty damn low. The large tariffs are on Argentina and India at 50%, and I don't really see that doing anything good for our country.
So would you agree that China steals quite a bit of our intellectual property?
I don't know. I'm not educated on IP theft. So.
Well, I know you got a lot to remember, but you should look into IT theft, how much stuff they steal. The company I was with one time, foreigners that go over there, they basically force to see everything on your laptop, and a lot of stuff gets stolen. So you got to kind of look at everything that China's doing, their currency manipulation and things like that. But I mean, I'm old enough to remember before.
So if China's so bad, then why did he reward them?
Why did who reward them?
Oh, Donald Trump. So the trade deal that he struck with China ended with us having higher tariffs on them and them having lower tariffs on us. Tariffs, the higher they are, the more restrictive they are on competition in the market, right? So because we have higher
Correct.
tariffs on them and they have lower tariffs on us, this means we'll have less competition in the American market and they'll have more competition in the Chinese market. Question, what drives innovation?
What drives innovation? Well, investment for one thing, but a free market society where you get rewarded for the work that you do. That's not what China does. They steal it.
Competition drives
Sure,
innovation.
sure.
Right?
Yes, sir.
So now all that we're learning from Donald Trump's awesome trade deal with China is that America is going to have less innovation and China is going to have more innovation, right?
I don't believe that at all.
But I thought that you agreed that we're going to have less competition and they're going to have more competition because competition drives innovation. You could only naturally expect that we will therefore have less innovation and they will therefore have more innovation.
Donald Trump is not getting rid of competition. Not happening.
Okay, well, so then he's not imposing tariffs.
Well, he's imposing tariffs, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to have competition. There's always going to be competition.
Wait, if tariffs
in a free market society,
if tariffs don't limit competition in the American market, then what the hell do they do?
They give your domestic production of certain goods a chance to get started and be maintained.
How do they give them
do
a
you
chance?
understand?
How do they give him a chance? What do they do to give him a chance?
Well, when you raise the price on a foreign good coming in, you're giving your domestic production a level playing field.
So they give the domestic producers a level playing field by making foreign.
Well, they give them
less competitive in the market.
But see, what's the downs? But what's the down? Wait a minute, Dean. What's the downside? Listen, back in 2000, I was going to Washington, D.C. on behalf of ag.
There's many downsides, but the one we're talking about right now is less innovation.
I was walking the halls of Congress 20 years ago before all these free trade deals. We were meeting steelworker employees that were there arguing how much China cheats in the steel. So what do you end up with all this manufacturing for steel and metal going to a foreign country? What happens to your domestic production and all the jobs that go with that? There's a downside to that, and you're not talking about that.
So you're saying that we lose jobs in some markets, as the global economy progresses? Sure, but
crazy amount of jobs.
I just think that's a part.
Crazy amount of jobs.
I think that's just a part of competitive advantage. Plus, if we want to fix this, just simply tariffing China.
But where's it in?
Will you allow me to continue to speak?
Yes.
But just simply tariffing China is not going to fix that issue either, right? So now for all these steel mills that are operating in China that now cannot sell their steel for a lower price than America steel. Well, they're not just going to move their manufacturing plants into America. They're instead just going to send them through a third country, then into America that we don't have tariffs imposed.
Yeah, transshipping.
Right, exactly. They'll just start transshipping all of their steel into another country that we're not tariffing actively. I don't know, maybe Cambodia. I don't think that we have any tariffs on Cambodia, and there is a lot of transshipping going through Cambodia that they're then just going to send right into America, right? So there you go. And then the downside is less innovation in the American market, more innovation in the Chinese market. And another downside is more expensive goods for the American consumers, because not only are they now either going to be spending more on goods produced in countries like China, India, Argentina, but they're also going to be spending more on American produced goods, because guess what? A lot of American producers are reliant on raw materials produced in other countries that are imported into America now at higher prices because of the tariffs, sending them out of business and making the American consumer pay more. And then the cherry on top is, even if I was just dead wrong about everything that I'm saying, and you were dead right about everything that you're saying, and tariffs are the best tool since sliced bread to refocus on American manufacturing, well, then explain to me how you think that American manufacturers are going to deal with a massive increase in demand for their goods, but also struggling with a forceful decrease in supply due to the layoff of 8.3 million of their workers at a time where hiring is at lower levels than in 2007 before the Great Recession. What about that, X-Rex
You can't go on. You're going on. You're taking a snapshot of what's happening right now. This is long-term strategy. If you're playing chess, you're making one move at a time, where a chess player is 10 moves ahead of you.
Nothing is long-term about Donald Trump's tariffs. He's already imposed them, revoked them, imposed them, revoked them, increased them, decreased them. In the last 8 months, we've had 3 liberation days. We've had 10% tariffs on China. We've had 300% tariffs on China. We've had 50% tariffs on Argentina. Then we gave them $20 billion to fix their economy after we destroyed it. Nothing's long-term or 3D chess about Donald Trump and his strategy here. It's all in the whim of a moment, and possibly even illegal. And, because of that federal court, we had a rule last month that he doesn't even have the power to impose tariffs. I just think it's a huge mess.
So what's the other end of that, Dean? Let's talk about that. When all your jobs are shipped overseas, what's left for America to do?
Okay, well, I thought that we already addressed all the jobs being shipped overseas, and how it is the case that I'm sure that America has lost some jobs in some industries and gained jobs in others because of the nature of competitive advantage of the globalization of commerce. But the way to fix that isn't through these terrible tariffs, because once again, they could just transship their products into America, avoiding the tariffs. The tariffs incredibly negatively impact American consumers by making them pay more for foreign goods and goods produced in America, and it makes the economy as a whole less productive, as it forces us to produce things that we're not necessarily good at producing. And when we compile that with the facts of mass deportation and how harmful that is for American industries, because we're firing millions of their laborers, it just seems like a big old mess.
Well, there's other areas we're doing good with Mexico. Trade with Mexico is good. But let me ask you this. So you're okay with a country like China, and I'm saying like China, it could be another country that doesn't have basically any labor standards or any environmental standards comparable to the United States, and we just let all these manufacturers go over there, and they're cheaper because of those issues where we have standards in the United States. Where's your principle on that?
Okay, so I'm actually okay with isolated tariffs on companies that are producing goods with the use of child exploitation, and I want to push for like global standards of emission reduction. I absolutely do. That is super duper true. And in fact, I would even support the subsidization or subsidizing American producers so they could produce more goods at lower prices to be more competitive in the overall marketplace, to outweigh the production from companies in China that are reliant on human exploitation, companies all over the globe without like emission standards that are polluting the environment, so on and so forth. I just simply don't think that tariffs are the proper solution for all the reasons I've already given and more.
So now, that's a great answer that you gave, Dean. Now, everything you said, all your arguments against tariffs, and there's some good ones there. Now you can apply your same arguments to your solution that you gave about subsidies, because that's what China was doing. They're subsidizing quite a bit of their stuff that was coming over here.
So what's one argument that I've made that could be applied against government subsidies?
The other governments can do it too.
Other governments
And
can
that
also
raised
subsidize
costs.
their
And that
producers?
raised costs.
Oh, wait.
Subsidies raise costs.
Subsidies raise costs for whom?
For somebody, either through taxes or higher cost of production.
Okay, so you're saying if our government spends money, then we have to increase taxes. I mean, not necessarily when we have an overinflated DoD budget and we have, presidents just spending trillions of dollars into debt, right? I don't think that you're over here arguing that because Donald Trump signed the most expensive bill in American history into law, the big beautiful bill at $4.5 trillion, that's somehow going to raise costs. In fact, I bet that you parade that bill is super awesome. But as soon as we support and endorse $30 billion, not even a trillion or a quarter of a trillion, into subsidizing U.S. chip producers, bumping our global supply from sub 1% to close to 30, all of a sudden it's terrible. And if you want to argue that other countries could just also subsidize their manufacturers, ask yourself, who has more subsidy, who could offer more subsidies? America, with a growing GDP of, what is it now? What is the American GDP? Like 30, 40 trillion?
Yeah, 30 trillion. So let me ask you,
so who could subsidize their companies more? America with a growing GDP of like 30 to 40 trillion dollars, or China with a stagnating GDP of 21 trillion dollars, down from 3 years ago?
Well, that's an excellent point, Dean. You actually made a good point. I'll give you that one, because I wasn't a big fan of free trade when they started it all. But the WTO, if you're familiar with the WTO,
the World Trade Organization,
what was their view on subsidies?
What's the WTO's view on subsidies? How the hell would I know?
They're against subsidies. All the trade agreements that they made, those are called red light subsidies. They weren't favorable. They distorted markets.
Okay, if you want to give an argument that subsidies can destroy markets, give it to me.
No. I actually, for agriculture, I'm in favor of subsidies because it's free market capitalism.
Okay, so then we agree
without subsidies
on
farm.
So then we could agree that smart subsidies don't destroy markets, and the WTO's opinion is kind of irrelevant unless one could give good reason for it to be the case.
I think the WTO is geared towards the most wealthy people in the world, and against the laborers, American workers of the world. That's what I think.
I don't know much about them, right? But now you're just giving me an argument from the WTO that you can't substantiate, that you cannot go on to describe why they find that to be the case, and it's something that you don't even believe that yourself.
Oh, no, for sure. I mean, I was going to Washington, D.C. With disputes against the WTO.
Okay.
And they did not like subsidies. And when we were trying to get farm policy to help farmers, all we heard out of Congress was WTO doesn't approve of those type of.
Well, I just think that like subsidies are like really mismanaged in a way that ends up just going right back into the pockets of like these mega corporations. I don't support that. I think that like we should do intelligent subsidies that grant these corporations money if and only if they use the money for particular goals. And that's not something that our government does. They just sign them the check and turn a blind eye, right? What we need to
I'll
do
agree with you.
is say, well, we're going to subsidize this company a couple $billion so they could pay their employees more without increasing their costs. We are going to subsidize this company a couple $1 billion so they could build more facilities to increase their productive capacities while putting downward pressure on their prices without like forsaking their bottom line. You know what I mean? Right? It's like really easy for subsidies to be used as a really good tool that benefits the laborer, but it's just also really easy for subsidies to become a payout to lobbyist employers, right? So I think our government just has to be intelligent on it.
I mean, good points, but don't you think tariffs could be applied the same way with the same principles you just said?
Well, I mean, I don't think that there's any principle, rhyme, or reason to Donald Trump's applying them, and that's kind of what you're defending.
Well, isn't that just a little bit of you don't like Donald Trump?
No, what is his rhyme or reason to the tariffs? Tell him.
No.
No, tell me. What is the rhyme and the reason to his great tariff scheme?
Well, I mean, there's a lot.
How did we get from 265% tariffs on China down to 10% tariffs on China and 50% tariffs on India? Explain to me how we got there. Explain to me how we got from tariffs on every country in the world, excluding Russia, to 50% tariffs on Argentina.
Don't you think India should get tariffed if they're buying oil from Russia?
I think that discouraging countries to buy oil from Russia is a good thing. I'm not sure if tariffs were the right way to go about it, but I'm just simply asking you for like the general rhyme and reason surrounding Donald Trump's tariffs.
Well, look, I'll admit to you right now, a lot of his tariffs are like King Kong beating his chest. It's if he wants some, it could be something totally non-related to trade. He's going to threaten tariffs to bring people to the negotiating table. It's an effective technique.
Okay.
It worked.
So what does he use that to negotiate? I'm confused. Do you want to continue to talk about better trade deals with whom?
With other countries.
Like which ones?
All of them.
Okay. Like, can you name one specifically?
And the other thing you got to remember with China.
No, not any other thing you got to remember. Can you name one trade deal specifically?
With Mexico.
Okay. Wait.
Japan,
the USMCA.
Japan,
Wait. A better trade deal with
Japan.
Mexico? Wait. He got rid of the USMCA. When did that happen?
No, he didn't get rid of it.
Okay, so then we don't have a. Oh, he improved. He changed the USMCA. When did the changes with the USMCA take place?
Oh, it's coming. It's coming.
Oh, it hasn't happened yet, but you just said it already had happened.
Well, you got to realize.
Come on, you just lied to me. You just tried to get that one by me. You didn't expect me to know that we are in a three-way trade deal with Mexico and Canada called the USMCA that he hasn't touched, and actually accused both countries of being unwilling to negotiate.
USMCA is going to be USMCA is going to be renegotiated at some point in the future.
But you just tried to argue that it already was. Why did you try to get that one by me? That was very dishonest of you.
Well, I didn't mean to do that. I was anticipating a future USMCA upgrade. It'll still be USMCA, but it'll be an upgrade.
Okay. Well, is there anything else you want to go over insofar as why you support Trump?
Yeah, just getting back to business and saving money with the government. Government gets very inefficient, and
how much has Trump spent
a stronger military.
How much has Trump spent so far?
Peace deals. Peace deals. He hasn't gone to war.
I want to hone in on that first point, saying saving money with our government. You understand that Donald Trump has already spent close to $5 trillion in the last 8 months. That is more money than the Biden-Harris administration spent, including their expenditure on the pandemic in 4 years.
Yeah, I'm talking about making the government more efficient. I'm not talking about what he's currently spending right now.
So don't
Is
just
it his fault? Is
don't
it his fault that there's a $36 trillion, uh, you know, minus on what we owe? The interest on that alone is
actually, yeah,
something
it
that
is.
you got to pay for.
Actually, yeah, it is,
Right.
right? If he didn't sign $4.5 trillion into debt because of his big beautiful bill, or his big ugly bill, as I like to call it, we wouldn't be $30 trillion in debt. So yeah, it actually is his fault that we're $30 trillion.
Well,
in
the
debt.
30 trillion didn't happen when he signed that bill, did he?
The 4.5 trillion happened, which put us over 30 trillion in debt.
Right. Well, it hasn't happened. The 30 trillion was already there.
No.
So,
it
and then
wasn't.
what about geopolitics where we
No,
haven't
no, we're
gone
not
to
going to
a war?
pivot. No. You're gish galloping. Sir, can I tell you what a gish gallop is?
I could figure it out.
A gish gallop is where you try to like overwhelm me with like multiple points at once, and we don't spend too long dissecting every single one. We're not done dissecting your claim that you said he was saving our government money, when in all reality, he's the largest spender in modern American history.
Yeah. So how do you reduce spending?
How do you reduce spending?
Do you
You cut the DoD budget in half. You get rid of like programs that are like genuinely wasteful, and you don't spend $4.5 trillion on a tax bailout for the ultra wealthy. But that question was not in response to any of the facts that I gave. I'll go ahead and give you like more facts here. In his first term, according to the Center on Budget, no, not according to the CBPP, according to the CRBF, sorry, wrong think tank. According to the CRBF, in Donald Trump's first term, he spent $8.7 trillion. And so far in his second term, according to the CBO, he spent $5 trillion. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris spent $4.4 trillion in 4 years, and Kamala Harris's projected policy was only going to cost us $2 trillion in 10 years. He's a big spender, man. He's not good for the government.
I think you're cherry picking on those numbers.
What's being cherry picked?
Did Donald Trump have a pandemic that a lot of money was spent during the pandemic?
Yeah, you want to account for COVID expenditure? Let's do it. According to that same source, the CRBF, if we account for Donald Trump's COVID-related expenditure, right, his expenditure goes down from $8.7 trillion to $4.8 trillion. And if we account for COVID-related expenditure under Biden and Harris, their expenditure goes down from $4.4 trillion to $2.2 trillion. So still yet, he spent over twice as much as the Biden-Harris administration did in his first term, even if we account for COVID-related expenditure.
So how much was the DOD budget under Biden versus Trump's first term?
I don't know.
So I'm trying to see where this big deduction in spending came from that you're claiming with the Biden presidency, and I just don't see
It's
it. What
just
did
because
they
Donald Trump
cut?
spent more on his policy. It's what they spent. It's not what they cut. It's what they spent.
Yeah, but what was it? What did they spend more on?
What did Trump spend more on?
What did Trump spend more on that Biden spent less on?
Tax cuts and Jobs Act, and other like miscellaneous things. Like, do you want the specifics? I bet I could pull it up.
Did Biden get rid of the tax cuts? I didn't know that.
I never said that Biden got rid of the tax cuts.
So the same tax cuts that Trump had in place were in place with Biden there.
They were.
So where is the money all this money that Biden saved that Trump didn't, that Trump spent?
Well, remember,
Where's
we're not
it from?
talking about how much the president saved. We're talking about how much they spent, right? And more so how much like new debt-related expenditure they approved, right, by signing things into.
So you're talking about stuff on paper.
Yes.
Okay, I'm talking reality, actual spent.
Well, the stuff on paper is reality, right? So during Donald Trump's first
It
administration,
will be.
He approved exactly $8.4 trillion worth of new 10-year borrowing, and Biden only approved $4.3 trillion worth of new 10-year borrowing.
And what was the borrowing for?
Like I said, $3.6 trillion under Donald Trump's first term was on the CARES Act and COVID relief. Then $2.1 trillion under Biden's term was on the American Rescue Plan. Then breaking down the non-COVID related expenditure, Donald Trump borrowed $1.9 trillion over the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. He borrowed $2.1 trillion under the bipartisan budget acts that weren't actually bipartisan. He borrowed $500 billion on ACA tax delays and repeals, $456 billion on health executive actions, $310 billion on other legislation. And there's all of his non-COVID related expenditure according to the CRBF.
Yeah, well, I mean, and currently you're already putting the money on the big beautiful bill. You're putting that down on the books as money spent.
Yeah, it's like new debt related spending because of its 10-year projection. Yeah, that's only fair.
Okay, fair enough.
Here, I'm going to thank a couple people. Yo, Z Tagger, I'm just going to call you Z. Thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. Z says, I'm going to play your stream and Parker's stream every day until my husband can change his mind or debate one of you. Z, first and foremost, thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 ZW. Z, bro, please get your husband up on the stream. I would absolutely love to chat with him. Thank you so much. As well as, let's see here. Shane, 21 minutes ago with $4 in Venmo. Thank you. Haley, 20 minutes ago with $5 in Venmo. Thank you so much. Then Sandra, 19 minutes ago with the $25 donation over on Venmo. Sandra says, thank you. Well, thank you for the $25, Sandra, and it's good to see you. Please show some love to Sandra down below in that chat. As well as Tabitha, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo 18 minutes ago, saying a huge thank you for what you do. Keep educating young men and helping them not to fail under the dangerous social pressures from the right. Thank you so much, Tabitha. As well as, oh my God, okay, we got a couple big donations. Holy shit. Yo, I'm going to call you Lil, L-I-L. Thank you so much for the $40 donation on PayPal, saying, I love how you don't even need to say a word and Trump fans have already embarrassed themselves. Yeah, they do the work themselves. Thank you for the $40. That is so fucking kind of you. Show some love to Lil down below in the chat. And then one big one here, another big one here. Holy shit. Ann, A-N-N, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Holy fuck, Anne. Okay, let's go ahead and read Anne's message. That is so generous of you. Thank you so much for your kindness. I do not deserve that, Anne. As always, you are always here supporting me. All the love in the world to you. Anne says, hey, Dean from Quebec City. As always, Anne, as always. Thank you for what you do. Today in the Oval Office, Trump again mentioned the future merger of Canada with the U.S. I wonder what you think about this Trump drama. I think that Donald Trump has a proclivity to say and do things that position himself as an authoritarian dictator. And this is just another one of those things. Falls into that same category as arguing that it's illegal to criticize him in the media or that he could have the military function as a domestic police force. I'm hoping that it never happens and that it's just, more of his baseless fascist ranting. But thank you so much for the $100, and seriously, that is so kind of you. And if you're watching right now, one of the 9.5K people on TikTok or 4.4K people on YouTube, and you want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio over on TikTok, as well as on the top of the screen right now. And you could also find it in the pin message over on that YouTube stream. But take it away, man. Is there anything else that you want to debate about insofar as why you support Trump?
Yeah, foreign policy. So
okay,
this endless war.
I'm sorry, man. That was supposed to be like a kind of way of like where you were going to be like, no, then I was going to be like, okay, I'm going to move on to the next guest, but you wanted to keep going. I'm actually just going to move on to the next guest, man. I appreciate you for the long conversation about tariffs. I appreciate you for the conversation about...
I appreciate you for the long conversation about tariffs. I'm just going to move on to the next guest, man. I appreciate you for...
Hello?
Hi, a little bit of an echo there. Anyways, as I was saying, I appreciate you for the long conversation about tariffs and government expenditure, but I just didn't really like repeating myself 5 times about everything, so I'm going to go to move on. Winner, what is up? Do you support Trump?
In one kind of way, sorry, I'm from Germany, like my English is not the greatest.
Are you like from Germany in the sense that like you're an American immigrant from Germany, or are you like just literally like in Germany right now?
I'm in Germany.
No worries. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to disconnect you because we're just looking to talk to people. We're looking to talk to Americans. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Hey, Kat, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. And Damaris, thank you for the $10 as well. Damaris says from Chicago, thank you for what you do. Thank you so much for the love, man. And I hope that you and everyone that you know are doing well right now in Chicago. I'm really worried about where Chicago, Portland, and Memphis are heading. It's kind of scary, man, dude. So I bet it's even much scarier for you being on the ground. What's up? Do you support Trump? Diesel, 1984. Are you here?
What's up? Yep.
Hey, man.
What's up?
Are you driving right now?
No. No.
Oh, okay. All right. Do you
I'm
support...
in a passenger side, bro.
All right, that
No.
makes sense. Can
Owen, no.
you get your phone a little bit closer to your face?
What about now? That's the best I can do.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Tell us why you support Trump.
I don't support him.
Oh,
Oh, it's only for people.
dude, based. Hell yeah. WU. We're just looking for Trump supporters, though, so I'm going to kick you. You have a good one, though. Yeah, like I said, Damaris, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. And then Kat with the $15. I thanked you earlier, but I wanted to read your message now. Kat says, I've discovered that to get into your queue, I have to get followers and get approved for quote unquote live. I don't know. I don't think that you need 1,000 followers anymore. Maybe it is like country or region dependent though. What's up, Paradise? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 24 and I'm an American.
Okay, and why the hell do you support the worst president of your 24 years of life, Paradise?
I know. So I just feel like it's like it goes both ends. Like the ICE situation, like yes, it's horrible, it's really bad, but like look at it's like bad people ruin it for good people, you know? And it didn't start getting bad until the Venezuelans like took over like apartment complexes, crime went up. I mean, did you hear about that one person that beheaded his owner because he didn't want to speak his language? Like,
Beheaded his owner? People don't have owners.
I meant his his boss. That's what I meant.
Okay, yeah, people's bosses are not their owners. So first and foremost, you said Venezuelan gang members taking over apartment complexes. Are you talking about what happened in Aurora, Colorado?
Yeah, it happened there and it happened in Dallas.
Okay, right. Well, that was just completely misinformation about Aurora. Even the mayor of Denver confirmed that. Just completely misinformation.
Mr. Morris, Trump. Why does he think Trump is the worst president?
Yeah, we can. This is my roommate. She supports. She's.
I don't support Trump.
Yeah.
I'm okay with whoever she supports. But why do you tell her why you think Trump is the worst president?
Okay, all right. How about we do it that way? I'm going to go and give you my reasons why I despise the orange fascist, and then
Give us like 10 reasons, like the top 10.
10 reasons. I could do that. Let me thank a couple people here before I give you 10 reasons. I'm gonna go and thank Matina. Thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Matina with the $25 says, "Keep up the good fight, my man." Thank you, Matina. That is so kind of you. Let's get 250 Matina W's. I really appreciate you for your kindness. Thank you, Matina. As well as Lyrica, thank you for the 10. And then Juniper, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you, Juniper. And then Jack, thank you for the $20. Jack says, "Thank you for advocating for LGBTQ+ IA. We appreciate you and need more people like you. You rock." Thank you so much, Jack. You rock as well. I appreciate you for being here. And thank you for the $20, as well as Navu, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. And Jessica, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, and William with the $10 on PayPal as well. Appreciate you, Jessica, William, Navu, Jack, Juniper, Lyrica, and Matina. Show some love to all of our donors. Now, you asked me for 10 reasons why I don't support Trump as president. Is that it? You only want 10?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Well, I know there's more. I just like the top 10 worst reasons.
Okay, where do we start? I'm just going to spitfire random ones here. One reason why Donald Trump is an incredibly bad president is because the position of the presidency is a role of public service, not of self-service, but he is an adjudicated rapist, and I don't think that rapists are capable of public service in the sense about caring of others, right? Ooh, disqualifying in my mind. Another reason why I think that he's such a terrible president is because of his incessant proclivity.
Allegations, though?
What's that?
She said that aren't those just allegations? But I mean, there's some proof and pictures.
Oh, yeah. So that was
not allegations.
So that was proved by a court.
So there is proof that he was a rapist and predator and shit.
Yeah. Look at this.
See? Yeah, I seen that come up around.
Right, yeah. Judge clarifies, yes, Trump was found to have raped Jean Carroll.
And he's a criminal, bitch. He went to prison. Why the fuck would we want a president that went to prison?
Oh, so you're the roommate that doesn't like Trump, and then
yeah.
Okay, the roommate that does like Trump. I'm gonna need you to speak up and hop on that mic. All right.
I asked you for the top.
Oh, I think that the
No, a few, but I want her to listen to them.
okay. Well,
And I know you're like so smart, and I just
I want to
give her
debate it.
some of your smartness.
Okay, all right, but like I need her to be on the mic. I think that you're cool, and I think that you're cooking. All right, but because this is a debate, I'm gonna need her to hop on that mic. But that doesn't mean I don't think that you're chill. Okay, it's really cool that you don't
No,
like
you're
Trump.
okay.
But
She's right here. We're both listening to you.
okay, 10 reasons why I don't like Trump. Court found him to have raped a woman. Another reason why I don't like Trump is because he has a proclivity to like ignore law and order. He pardoned people that tried to kill cops on January 6th. I'm sorry, I just heard myself in the echo. He also incessantly breaks the law.
Sorry.
He's giving illegal orders to the military to arrest people in the streets of American cities. He's violated the 1st, 2nd, 14th, and 22nd Amendment in the last 8 months. He, according to a court, illegally imposed tariffs. According to another court, illegally committed 34 felonies. According to another court, illegally, concealed classified documents in Mar-a-Lago. According to another court, illegally lied about the value of one of his properties for tax deductions. So no law and order. His economic policy is really bad. According to a couple cool think tanks, his big beautiful bill, which was his big economic plan, is taking healthcare away from 10 million people, food stamps away from 3 million people. He's also like very divisive and hateful, which is another big reason why I don't like him. He said that he hates all Democrats and that he doesn't care about his enemies, and he has a snarky nickname for every Democrat in Congress, right? And when you see your champion act like that, so will you. And that's why I think that MAGA is so divisive and hateful towards the left today, and we see just such a partisan divide in the country. I also don't really like him because of his policy directed towards women's access to healthcare. I think that infringing on a woman's access to abortion is a human rights violation. I could tell you why if you want, but he's the one that elected 3 justices to SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade and put that back down to the state level. Today, 66 million American women or girls do not have access to elective abortions, and every single day, 60 pregnant victims of rape are denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states. Right? Huge humanitarian issue there. Oh, he also boasted about perving on little girls. That should be disqualifying, right?
There you
go. You cut out on the last part, like posting what?
He boasted about perving on little girls while they were naked and changing. Hopefully that'd be disqualifying from serving as our president, right?
Yeah, but we also had Biden as our ex-president, and you could see him smelling the little girls on camera.
Okay.
But what do you think
for all
during his presidency?
for the intents and the purposes? Just check this out. I'm gonna expand your mind. I don't think that Biden was a predator, but if Biden was a predator, right, the very logical thought process would be, I don't support Trump because he's a predator, and I don't support Biden because he was also a predator. Not, well, it's okay for me to support Trump even though he's a predator because Biden was also a predator. Do you see how that works? The butt Biden cop out, it's not too reasonable, right? Because if Biden was genuinely a predator, then it's not that you should support them both. It's that you should support neither of them.
Yeah.
So, okay, wait, hold on. Let me ask this question. Okay. So are you blue party, or you just don't like Trump?
Yeah, so I'm a big lib.
What is your?
I'm libbed out. Big liberal.
Oh, okay. So in your opinion, when Biden was presidency, how do you think our economy and the environment, what is your intake? You think we were so much better, or
Well, maybe before I do. In the last year of Biden's presidency, the economy was objectively better based on every single macroeconomic objective, right? Inflation, employment, GDP growth, business investment, it was all up, right? But I would really appreciate it if you could kind of respond to the 10 reasons that I gave you why Donald Trump is a bad president and why you shouldn't support him.
Well, he talked about the 24th and 21st Amendment. I think one of them is for the alcohol.
No, but like on the
And the other one for the
on the
protesters.
abortion, like yes, that's like very bad. I'm a woman myself, and I support like
Yeah, that too.
women's rights, but we are going through a population like decrease.
Which
So
is
I think
why
that's
you
like
should be
one of the
pro-immigration,
parts.
not pro-controlling women's bodies.
There you go. And the fact that ICE is just taking people from the
Well,
streets.
let's talk about how like we're getting this immigration people, but what about, have you heard about like there's a city, I'm not sure the name, but it's all full of like Islamic, and one of their laws is to kill Christians and Jews if they don't believe in Allah. I don't know if you heard that, but and they don't even talk English. They want to talk in their own language. Like, have you heard about that? Like,
Okay. All right.
Texas had to
So,
ban.
so what you're talking about is like Sharia law. I don't think that even like the countries that are governed under Sharia law like kill people for not being Muslim. Like I definitely like don't agree with Sharia law, nor do I agree with the governance of Sharia law. I think that like radical fundamentalist sects of all religions are wrong, including Christianity, right? But I don't even think in countries that are governed by Sharia law, they just kill people for not being Muslim. I could be wrong. I don't know. I haven't seen that, right? And maybe here's what I'll say, right? You know, criticize a government that infringes on human rights, including governments that are governed by Sharia law. I know I sure will, but don't only criticize governments that infringe on human rights if they're governed by Sharia law. Also criticize governments that infringe on human rights if they're governed disproportionately by Christians. Example, America, okay? We account for 5% of the global population, yet we account for 22% of the global incarceration rate. Why is that, right? I think that that's something we should criticize our government for. Take into account child marriage. In so many of our states, there are legal loopholes where 14-year-old girls can marry 35-year-old men. Okay, criticize that, right? And criticize everything about, countries governed by Sharia law. Criticize all human rights violations, but never point towards one fundamentalist sect of one religion and attempt to use that to stereotype all other members of that same religion, while then ignoring all other human rights abuse and all other fundamentalist sects of religions, such as Christianity too.
All right, mic drop.
And then you said something else about then like not wanting to speak English. Yeah, I don't think that you like need to speak English to like come into America or be an American.
No, it's not what I was just what I meant was like, yes, you have the freedom to speak whatever language you want, but like colonization is like they don't want you to speak like English at all, strictly their language, burning the
At
flag
where?
of America.
Okay, what places in America like will like frown on you if you speak English?
Honestly, I don't have all my facts, to be honest. I'll be honest with you, but it's not like a big city. It's like small. Like, I don't know. Honestly,
Dude,
I had to look into
I
it.
don't think that we have a problem with frowning on people in America for speaking English. I think that we have a problem for frowning on people in America for not speaking English.
Mm, yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'm just log off because okay, I am kind of high, so.
Okay, have a good one. We're going to move on to the next Trump supporter. Hop in that queue if you're MAGA. We'll get you pulled up here. I really appreciate everyone so much for all the love and support over on PayPal and Venmo too. We have quite a few donations, but let's go to get that next Trump supporter up here right now, quite frankly. Let's see. Who do we got? Hey. Let's see. What's up? Do you support Trump? Nope. Okay. Do you say fuck you? Why are you so emotional, Jesse? Oh, I'm so scared. Oh, he left. What an alpha male. What an alpha male. Let's go to move on to Mad Cow. Yo, Circe, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo, saying thank you so much for opening eyes. All that I could, and hope I can chat with you live because I don't understand the Christians being MAGA, but there's no kindness. Yeah, I think that if Jesus were alive today, he would be a socialist, further left than me. Appreciate you for the love, Circe. As well as S. I'm going to call you S. Thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo. S says with the $25, thank you so much. Show some love to S in that chat. Thank you for everything that you do. These debates bring a little joy to my day. Thank you so much. I'm really happy that the debates can bring a little bit more joy to your day. That is absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. As well as Kevin, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. And Kai with the $10 on Venmo, and Emily with the $5 on Venmo, and Gia with the $5 as well. Thank you, everyone. As well as, I'm going to call you D, because I don't want to butcher your name. Thank you for the $20 donation over on PayPal. Thank you so much, D. You were awesome. Please show some love to D down below in that chat. They say the leader of Dubai himself loves coming to a Christian state, Kentucky. He has no issues with Christianity and he's Muslim. Yeah, many Muslims don't. Beatrice, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Say next coffee on me, my friend. Thank you so much for the love. I drink coffee every morning, so you got it tomorrow. That's very kind of you. As well as Augustine, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, and Justin with the $10 as well. And Sadie, thank you for the $25 on PayPal, saying I used to live in Aurora and always thought that story was unbelievable. Yeah, it just wasn't true. I appreciate everyone so much for all the love. Oh, then two more here. Taven, thank you so much for the $1 over on PayPal, as well as Anonymous with a $5. Thank you so much, Taven. And let's see here. Tyler, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Wait, no, that was a request. I appreciate you for the love anyways. Dylan, go ahead and take it away. Do you support Trump?
No, no, I was more of a person that used to just support the president, because I don't want America to fail.
Yeah.
But when I started seeing, Donald Trump is a different breed, I've been seeing, he has really kind of fumbled, even with his supporters, He preached a lot, even my parents who voted for him, they're even seeing it like, they're like, where are the Epstein files? And I agree. I'm like, where are they,
Hey, man,
And
well,
there's a big, go ahead.
we're only looking to
Sorry.
talk to Trump supporters. I let you talk there because you were patient while I was reading off donos, but I gave you a little bit of screen time just because you were hanging by me real patient while I was thinking of my donors, so I didn't just want to immediately kick you. But we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters, and you have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the live right now. Hop in that queue if you are big time MAGA. How long have we been live? We've been live for 3.5 hours. Yo, crazy. All right. We have around another 30 minutes left on stream, folks. I think my girlfriend wanted us to get a couples massage tonight. That sounds nice. I could use a good massage from a licensed masseuse. So I'm gonna send her a text, see what time that is. But I may have to hop off a little bit earlier than 4 hours for that. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello, Lindsay? Lindsay's not here. Yeah, she got like a gift card to a local masseuse place for her birthday. And she really has been wanting to use it. So I think we're going to use it this evening. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. Let's go to try to get that last guest up of the night. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello, are you here?
Yes.
Are you MAGA? I think that they're not here. W girlfriend? Yeah, I love the spam. W girlfriend for real? For real? So real? So fucking real? Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Gotta love her. Well, I do love her because she's my girlfriend. Makes sense. Makes sense. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as in that pinned message on that YouTube stream, where you could also support via Super Chat. And you can also find the Venmo and the PayPal on the top of the screen. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yo, what's up, Dean?
Hey, are you MAGA?
What do you define support as?
You think he's a good president?
Definitely think he's better than the other option. But
Yeah, that also works. So go ahead and give me an argument. How do you think America would be worse off today if Kamala Harris had won the election?
worse, I actually don't think it would be. I think it's actually the same.
Okay.
Same side of the same coin. Different side of the same coin.
Okay. Well, that just means that you don't think America would be worse if she won. I mean, I definitely disagree with you, but we're going to move on to the next guest. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, are you MAGA?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
Okay. What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
October 11th.
Okay, I think that would make you 18. Yeah. So why the hell do you support Trump, ma'am?
Well, one of the things is like, wasn't Kamala gonna like
Kamala?
let like minors kind of like get, if they like wanted to become trans, they could get like surgeries and stuff?
Kamala Harris did not mention trans people in her legislation. She didn't mention trans people at any rally. She didn't mention trans people once from the White House. She didn't mention trans people at all, right? And see, some would say that that's an issue because they wish that Kamala Harris was more inclusive of trans individuals within her campaign, which I might agree with. But some other people will say that she was a quote-unquote Trantifa radicalist that wants to make everyone trans and cut children's genitals off. Particularly Trump likes to say that. He said everything I just repeated, and you've fallen for the propaganda.
Okay. Because I just remember like seeing, and then also like the whole like sports thing and like having like men in sports, like even if they're transgender
Okay.
or like they are labeled women, like I just wouldn't agree with that. So I thought like she was kind of on that side.
Okay, well, I don't think that trans women are men. And I wish that we could have a debate about that, but TikTok likes to restrict me whenever we talk about trans people. It's literally like so crazy. Last week, I had a guy say the same thing you just said, and he got banned for hate speech and my life got restricted. It's unreal, right? Because I wish that I could have a conversation with you about that and change your mind. But there's something like kind of similar to this topic that we could talk about, right? So are you saying that you just don't think people who you think are men should be able to go into like women's spaces?
Yeah, with certain like limitations and like in certain degrees, I
So-
would say that.
Okay. Can we agree it's worse for like a cis man to like be a predator and prey on like naked girls in their dressing rooms unconsensually than it is for a trans woman to compete in a women's sport? By the way, under my view, I don't think it's wrong at all for a trans woman to do that because of the effects of hormone replacement therapy. But under your view, can you agree that it is worse for a 60-year-old man to prey on naked children in their dressing rooms than it is for a trans woman to compete in women's sports?
Yes.
Okay.
But also I think
My,
that
my question for you now is, if a man were to do that, what do you think the punishment should be?
I think it would depend. I think like you would need to go, I don't know, there should be like some law consequence.
Okay, should they go to jail
100%.
for a really long time?
Depending on what it is. Yeah, maybe.
If they like intentionally like prey on like naked minors in their changing rooms, I could like univocally say they definitely should go to jail for a really long time. What about you?
Yeah, I would say that.
Okay, and if they should definitely go to jail for a really long time, then they should never be able to become president, right?
Right.
So if we did have a president that admitted and even boasted about perving on naked women and naked girls in their dressing rooms unconsensually, would you ever support them in a billion years?
No,
Even
but
if it was Trump?
yeah.
So if I prove to you right now that Trump has boasted about the sexual exploitation of naked girls and naked women unconsensually in their dressing rooms, you'd stop supporting him on the spot?
It would depend. I mean, I don't know, like, right?
What do you mean it would? What do
I
you mean
don't
it would
believe.
depend? You just told me in your last breath that you would never
Yeah,
support
yeah,
a
yeah.
president
Wait,
if they had
hold
boasted
on.
about perving on naked girls and naked women. But as soon as I posture that that president may be Trump, the story is completely changed. So why did it go
No,
from
I
a definite
completely,
no to it
I
would depend?
completely believe you that like he might have done that or has done that, or even with your proof, he's done that. But the thing is, it's just for these like out of the two, I would just have to vote for Trump because there was just different. There just were
Even
things.
if he had personally sexually exploited girls.
Yeah, but it's not like he's doing that right now. I don't know.
It's not
It's
like
just
he's
there-
doing that right now. Oh, we should
But
just go let all the serial killers, all the pedophiles out of jail because it's not like they're serial killing
No, I
and
completely-
being pedophiles
no, I
right
agree.
now. We should just go all. It's so unfair that we have somebody locked up until the day they die because they raped 3 women because they're not raping 3 women now. They did that so long ago. So we should let them out of jail, right?
But what about all the celebrities that have done like the exact same things,
Oh,
and
well,
they're
they-
just like not getting caught, and they have.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there's so many.
So
like,
one
people.
person not being caught somehow logically implies the vocal endorsement of another.
No, but it's there's more than one. There's more than one person, and there's like all these famous high up people. That
Yeah, I don't really
have-
care. I don't really care how many people sexually exploit children. I would still say that sexually exploiting children is incredibly wrong, right? Like, it doesn't matter if there's one person doing it, or 100 people doing it, or 1,000 people doing it, or 1,000,000 people doing it. It is still just as wrong, regardless of how many people do it.
Yes, 100%.
Okay, right? So your position shouldn't be, well, because there's so many people doing it, therefore I don't care that Trump did it, but should rather be, there's so many people doing it, therefore I care that Trump did it, and I care that everybody else did it, and now I'm a radical liberal because I recognize that there's these massive structural issues in society that are conducive towards so much harm, and we should explore the reasons why. We discover grape culture, we discover the patriarchy, we discover the diminishment of the value of harm directed towards women and the normalization of it. And then we discover how you're actively perpetuating that system and perpetuating the normalization of harm towards women and girls by willfully permitting a man that didn't just sexually exploit teen girls and then turn around and boasted about it, but was also held liable for the rape of another woman by a civil court 2 years ago. And you're actively supporting him as president of the most powerful country on earth.
Yeah, and I agree with that, but also okay, yes, that's all correct. And I agree with that. But also if you're like, you become this liberal when you admit that Trump has done all these things, what about all of the liberal celebrities that, have also done all of those things, but you still like, what is it called? What is it called? Like you still like kind of like watch them. Does that make sense?
I don't know. So if somebody like doesn't support one person because they're a rapist, but does support another person even though they're a rapist, that somebody's a hypocrite.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, there's other people in Hollywood that liberals like that are liberals, and these other liberals are still supporting them.
Okay, well, I mean,
But,
I
like,
think that like being like an actor is different than being president, but I'm sure that there's still some discoverable levels of hypocrisy there if that were to be the case. So are you saying because there's other people that are hypocritical about rape that you should also be hypocritical about rape?
No, I'm just saying that like some people do take those terms.
I'm just
or some
confused on
people
what
are
the
like that
so
are
what
liberals.
what's the conclusion of the argument? Are you saying, well, because you think you could probably discover a couple liberals that are hypocritical about it, that you should be too? Like, I'm just confused. Are you saying that you're better than those liberals because instead of being implicitly hypocritical about it, you'll just openly endorse a rapist with open arms?
No.
Okay, then what's the argument?
I don't know. I'm just trying to get you to like see how it can go both ways.
It can go both ways. I don't think that the only rapist ever is Trump.
Okay.
Right? I'm not saying
Right.
that there's never been a Democrat that has raped a woman. Like what?
No, they're definitely
Right?
hasn't. Right.
And the goal of society should be to condemn all rapists. The goal of society should be to condemn all sexual exploiters. And guess what? In our conversation right now for you, that starts with the current president that you support.
Right. So I agree with you on that, and I think that's bad. Can I bring up like another point or like another topic?
Okay. Well, I mean, you just agreed that it's bad. So do you still support him even though he's been held civilly liable for rape and has openly boasted about the sexual exploitation of both naked women and naked girls?
Well, I don't support him when it comes to that. No.
But overall, do you still support him as president?
I would have to do like more research, but I mean, if you want me to say no, like I can.
No, I just want you to be honest.
I just don't support him on that topic. I mean, I don't support Trump on a lot. I don't support Trump on a lot of things.
But do you
But I
still
also-
support him overall?
Yes,
Why?
I'm still fine with his presidency, but I'm also.
And why do you still support him overall?
I also think that he's like a great businessman.
Were you
And
born in
obviously,
2009?
no,
Why is everyone in the chat saying you were?
I don't know.
I can't even click on chat. Why are you saying that? She's not even like showing up on my phone as a guest. Like usually it'll be like a second line down here where I could see the guest and disconnect them. She's not even showing up on my phone. Why are you guys saying that she was born in 2009? Is there like any proof? Because if so, I'll kick her. But go ahead and continue. In the meantime,
I also think like for the wars that kind of happened, I don't know. I just don't think that Kamala would have been able to. Kamala, that she would have been able to, fix them. And not that Trump, I don't give him all the credit for being able, these past wars, for him being able to do that. But I think that, he was able to kind of create like that peace.
what piece? We see that Russia's only dropping more bombs on Ukraine right now. They have increased the amount of bombs they've dropped on Ukraine since Donald Trump has taken international pressure off of them. Since Donald Trump's term start, I mean, we've now officially seen Israel pass real policy through their government to ethnically cleanse and annex the rest of the Gaza Strip. Things are only getting worse everywhere. What peace is he creating?
Well, wasn't there like a statement that was a couple months ago that was like, oh, like it's like the war is over, or there was going to be a war, but then they were like, now it's like over.
You're talking about Iran and Israel, right? So I don't think that Israel would have bombed Iran in the first place if Kamala Harris was elected, because they were reliant on the U.S. giving our troops and our B-2 bombers to drop bunker blasters on Iran in order to win the conflict. And I don't think that Kamala Harris would have done that if she won the presidency. Like, I know that she was pro-Israel. I don't know if she was that pro-Israel, though, to kind of jump however high that they wanted us to. And she left. Okay, goodbye. Let's see here. Real quick. Joseph, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Show some love to Joseph down below in that comment section right now. Thank you so much for the love. Joseph with the $20 says a meager caffeine subsidy for your tired brain cells. You know what I gotta say? Towards the end of these lives, my brain does get a little tired. Thank you so much for the motorcycle, Raven. And I'm starting to get to the point. So I appreciate you for the love. Everyone, show some love to Joseph down below in that comment section. As well as Melania. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal saying my 9-month-old niece has leukemia and Trump wanted to cut funding for this. I'm so sorry to hear that your niece has leukemia. That is like so fucking sad. 11-month-old too? Jesus Christ, Melania. I don't know. I don't know like how you guys do it. If that was me, if that happened to somebody in my family, I would just be like such a perpetual mess like every single day because of how like just truly like sad that is. Like children having cancer, are you fucking kidding me, dude? I hope that you and the family are okay, and I hope that she survives and that she heals. As well as Edith, I'd like to thank you for the $6 over on PayPal saying get a treat for Momo. You're goated, by the way. Appreciate you for the love, Edith. As well as Jay, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal saying this is towards the gratitude. Jay, it's so good to see you again today. Thank you for the $50. Let's get 300 JWs, as well as let's get 500 JWs, as well as 300 Jaylin Ws, because Jaylin also donated $30 on PayPal. Jaylin says, "Hey, Dean, I just wanted to say that I appreciate you and your content very much. You've opened my eyes a lot. You've made me realize which choice is the better choice. I learned a lot from your content, Jaylin. That is exactly why I do what I do. I'm really happy to hear that you've taken a lot away from what we do here, and I'm happy that you've learned from the streams. Huge shout out to you down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the kind message and the $30. What's up, Lenny? Do you support Trump? Lenny is not here. Goodbye, Lenny. Go ahead and put a me with your age down below in that comment section. If you are an American adult that supports Trump and you want to come up here and debate, hell yeah, we got Tanner Doherty loading in. While Tanner's loading in, Shannon, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Saying thank you for everything that you do. These debates bring me a little joy every day. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Shannon, as well as Rachel. Thank you so much for the Viking hammer. Holy shit. I'd also like to thank Cersei. Thank you for the $15 over on Venmo, and James with the $20 on Venmo, Dave with the $20 on Venmo, and Summer with the $20 on Venmo. Holy shit. Show some love to James, Dave, and Summer. James says, represent. I learned a lot watching your lives. Thank you. Well, thank you, man. Dave says, TikTok. Yay, thank you. Well, thank you, man. And Summer with the $20 once again saying for your girlfriend's weekly flowers. Ooh, I'm going to have to get her some flowers later. Thank you, Summer. And Sky, S-K-Y-E, with the $35 donation on Venmo for quote-unquote being awesome. Thank you so much, Sky. You guys are awesome. All right, we are all caught up on the donations. Thank you all so much for the love. Seriously, you guys, it means the absolute world. W donors in that live chat. Thank you all so much. What is up, Tanner? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. And why is that?
Countless reasons.
Okay.
Would you like me to give you one?
Them? Yeah.
Okay. How about the last one that the gal brought up, the Iran war?
The Iran
We'll
war.
go off of that topic.
Sure. Can you mute yourself when you're not talking? You just got a little bit of weak.
Honestly, not
you
sure.
got a little bit of feedback.
Oh, I see it, but I got.
Yeah, I don't really think that Donald Trump made too good of a decision with Iran. First and foremost, there's just a lot of potential negative outcomes for us via his decision to get involved in something that we fundamentally had no involvement with to begin with, such as Iran shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. I think that was a really scary potential negative side effect that could have occurred. Not to mention that the ceasefire agreement that he set forth was really reckless. He didn't even inform the Iranian government about it ahead of time, and Israel violated it 2 hours after he signed it into law. And I'm just going to be honest. I don't think that if Kamala Harris was elected, Israel would have bombed Iran to begin with, since, as I told the last guest, and I'll tell it to you too, they had confidence that when they were to bomb Iran, that the U.S. would jump as high as they wanted us to and join in to this conflict and drop our bunker blasters on their facilities. And I just don't think that Kamala Harris would have done that. She was pro-Israel, but as once again I told the last guest, not as pro-Israel as Trump, and I don't think that she would have gotten involved.
Which is valid. I don't think that personally, if Harris was still in or going and running and became president, we would actually be in a much worse conflict. I mean, personally, if you actually look at it, Harris was slowing the funding of aid to Ukraine during this Russian-Ukrainian war. There's no reason behind it. There wasn't a given answer from her as to why that happened.
To give them money?
To aid in the war efforts, yes.
Oh, it's because it puts more international.
Because they're a NATO ally.
It's because it puts more international pressure on Russia to stop their invasion.
So if Iran was to immediately start bombing Israel, or Israel vice versa, you think that she would have jumped in because of what? I don't think she had that.
We were
reason.
talking about Russia and Ukraine.
Just now, that was a topic I brought up because of the fact that you believe that she would have helped Iran and Israel.
So I don't think that she would have dropped bombs on Iran, and I don't think that we should have. Now, the reason why we help Ukraine is because we have a contractual agreement with Ukraine from the 90s called the Budapest Memorandum, where we agreed to aid them if it were to be the case that they were invaded by another country, and they were. So we enacted the Budapest Memorandum and giving them funding, which, by the way, was a really good idea. It put, as I already said, more international pressure on Russia to stop their invasion of Ukraine. And we know that because when Donald Trump stopped the military funding to Ukraine, Russia hit them the hardest they ever have and they were even more unwilling and uncooperative to end their invasion, which of course sparked Donald Trump to resume all the funding going to Ukraine.
That which is 100% fair and understandable. I believe that from past experiences and things that I have seen through my lifetime, that Iran is not someone to be reasoned with. They have a multitude of videos just purely based at us that say "Death to America."
So I
Kill
think,
all Americans.
so I think I've seen a video of like people like chanting "Death to America." They don't really like America, and I think that's actually in part Trump's fault.
That which would make sense as in how. I mean, this wasn't started.
He pulled us out of the nuclear peace deal we had with them. We sanctioned the hell out of Iran, and that really pissed them off. So then they started developing nuclear weapons. Well, supposedly.
So why did we?
Okay, can I finish speaking?
Right.
Can I finish
Of
speaking?
course. I'll let you finish.
They supposedly started developing nuclear weapons. So then Obama was like, I have a really good idea. Like, what if we were to make an agreement with Iran where if they stop the development of nuclear weapons and we have like full and total oversight clearance, so we know they're not developing nuclear weapons, we will release the sanctions on them. And it ended up being a great deal. But then, of course, when Donald Trump was in office his first time around, he pulled us out of that agreement, fucking us over, fucking our national security over, and fucking them over because he reimposes the sanctions. So obviously that pissed them off, and I think it should have pissed them off. It pissed me off. I mean, what the hell was this ludicrous idiot thinking, pulling us out of the nuclear peace agreement with Iran? Why was that a good idea?
I do agree with you, but I do also see that this was a conflict long before you and I were even on this planet. Iran has wanted nothing but what they consider theirs back.
Can you
And
answer my question? You're
anybody
not
that
answering
tried-
my question. Why did Donald Trump pull us out
I'm
of
sorry,
a good
I guess I
nuclear
didn't
peace
catch your
agreement?
question.
Why
I
did
apologize. I
Donald
didn't hear
Trump
your
pull
question.
us out of a good nuclear peace agreement with him?
Well, what is good in your standards? I mean, if somebody wants to build a nuclear weapon and has the ability to be funded to build a nuclear weapon, that is immediately a good peace agreement. I mean, they've countlessly said that long before the agreement was even in place, that that's what they wanted. They wanted weapons.
I'm
I mean, it's
unsure-
been proven.
I'm unsure of like what you just said, but the fact of the matter is that the nuclear peace agreement that we had with them prevented them from building nukes, and we knew that with
It did,
confidence.
but it didn't. That's kind of why they still had it, and that's why we dropped bunker busters
How did it
on their
not
nuclear
prevent
facilities.
them from building nukes?
Because they were still in development of building nukes.
Oh, you have no
as
evidence.
the peace agreement was ruined.
You have no evidence that when the peace agreement was in place, they were still developing nukes.
You're right. I mean, it's the same thing as you saying that they weren't.
No, it's actually not, because I have evidence that they weren't.
Oh, you have evidence from Iran telling us that they weren't building nukes?
No, we have evidence from
And
the
we
UN.
just believe
We have
that?
evidence from our government, and we have evidence from the global nuclear watchdog.
Oh, okay. So the watchdogs went over to Iran and were like, "Oh yeah, that's totally legit. You guys are totally not."
Yeah,
And that's why when we saw
America, the UN, and global nuclear watchdogs had access to 24/7 surveillance live cameras in all of their nuclear facilities, as well as 400 in-person visits per year to all of their nuclear facilities.
correct. I mean,
Right.
24-hour surveillance sounds wonderful.
And not
except for the
once,
fact
and not once with a 24/7 access to surveillance and 400 in-person visits per year, did we ever get a report that they were furthering development of nuclear weapons. So that is the evidence that I have that they weren't developing nukes, and I find that evidence to be incredibly damning.
which is a valid point, and I can understand as to why you would see that as fair and true. But to me, Iran is known for one of the most technologically warfare-based countries on the planet. I mean, that's what they're known for, causing technological warfare on other people's soil. So what is to say that 24-hour surveillance wasn't of another facility that they weren't building weapons?
So yeah, once again, that would be the UN, the IAEA, which is the nuclear watchdog, America in conjunct with the IAEA, having our surveillance access to all of their facilities, as well as our intelligence agencies, such as like the CIA, keeping like 24/7 surveillance over their facilities, and so on and so forth. Like I'm pretty sure if you want to posit that they had like hidden facilities that the IAEA didn't know of, hidden facilities that the CIA didn't know of, hidden facilities that the UN didn't know of, hidden facilities that the United States of America didn't know of, that just makes you conspiracy theorists.
Oh no, I don't think it was hidden at all. I mean, that's why we bombed the shit out of it.
Okay,
Excuse my language.
So if they didn't have any hidden facilities that we didn't know of, then we know that they were honoring the nuclear peace agreement that we had with them before Donald Trump pulled us out.
So when they came out with the documentation that they built enough uranium to effectively create enough warheads to hit every country
You're pivoting.
that they found as a threat.
I don't know. I don't know why you're
it's the
pivoting.
same. It's the same.
No. The
I'm
reason that
not
you're pivoting
pivoting.
is because I gave you a damn compelling argument that they did not violate the
Dean,
nuclear peace agreement.
I'm trying
Tanner,
to add
Tanner,
into
with
what
all
you
due
just
respect,
said.
you're pivoting, and I'll tell you exactly how. I gave you a damn compelling argument to prove that when we had a nuclear peace agreement with Iran, they were honoring the agreement, and then you came up with some conspiracy bullshit arguing that maybe they had hidden facilities, and then I was like, that's completely egregious considering the intelligence efforts of the totality of the UN, IAEI, and American intelligence, such as the CIA, and now you're attempting to pivot to something completely else. So do you have absolutely
it's
any
not.
non-egregious reason to assume that they violated the nuclear peace agreement we had with them before Donald Trump pulled us out?
The level of uranium they had built up was
Actually-
enough warheads.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
So there was no notable increases in the uranium
There
enrichment
was.
levels
It was-
inside
is
of Iran
actually what they said.
to develop nuclear weapons while they were under the JCPOA. That's not true. And
But
that's
we
according
also-
to the
we're
IAEA.
also-
The IAEA reported 0 infractions the full 5 years that the agreement was signed into effect.
Gotcha. Okay. Fair
So
enough.
what is your evidence to believe that they violated the nuclear peace agreement we had with them? You didn't
Simply the
guessed.
It's simply for the information that they have put out for us.
What
is I
information
base
did
my-
Iran put out when we had the JCPOA signed into law?
Iran's not gonna put
indicating-
nothing out for
Okay,
us.
wait, then who's they?
Us, the
Oh, wait.
United States.
Oh, actually not true. Donald Trump affirmed twice that Iran did not violate the JCPOA under his first administration.
Oh, that's why we bombed them.
Well, we bombed them in his second administration 5 years later. You're equivocating between a time span of 5 years. What are you doing?
Because we were talking, you
Why
just
are
agreed
you?
with me.
No, I didn't. I didn't agree with you at all, right?
We
You
went
claim to
from
have
5
evidence
years ago
of
to
uranium
now.
enrichment 5.5. Wait, actually, he pulled us out in 2017. No, so I'm going to go to revise my claim. So the U.S. apparently had evidence of Iranian uranium enrichment 8 years after they pulled us out of the JCPOA, right? Having some evidence of uranium enrichment in Iran 8 years after, right, we pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement we had with them does not give us evidence that they were enriching uranium when we were in a nuclear peace agreement with them. Does that make sense?
It does. I understand you and I hear you.
Okay, so then what is your
Guess if I
evidence
could-
that they violated the nuclear peace agreement when we were in it with them?
I can't personally give you any evidence. I'm not the one that collected it.
Okay, who's the one that collected it? Who's the one that has evidence that they violated that nuclear peace agreement when it was in effect?
Good question.
No one has that evidence. The IAEA affirms that they didn't violate it. The UN affirms
So
that
we
they
just-
didn't violate it. America affirms that they didn't violate it. So why would you suggest that they violated it?
I don't know, hypothetically, because we bombed them. We just went and bombed a country for no reason, is what you're saying?
We bombed them 8.5 years after we pulled out of the peace agreement. What would this have to do with them violating the peace agreement when we were in it with them? You absolute idiot.
I'm just trying to understand. I'm not.
Sorry, that's a little
need
bit.
for the name
Sorry,
call.
that was a little bit.
It's all right.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I'm
It's
sorry,
all
but
right. I
that's
get
how
it.
that's how I feel at my core. Right?
No, I feel you, and I totally get it. I understand points of view, and I understand everybody's opinion, and everybody's got the right to it. I guess at the end of the day, we just can't come to an agreement on that.
But just think about what you're saying, man. You're saying because we bombed them in 2025, that therefore we violated. They violated a nuclear peace deal we had with them in 2017. Like, how does that make sense?
Well, it wasn't violated in 2017. We didn't bomb them because of the thing that they did in the past. We bombed them because of what they were doing currently.
Okay,
I mean,
so,
they were
so
talking
you're just
about-
telling us that they only started enriching uranium after Donald Trump pulled us out of the peace agreement we had with them, which indicates that Donald Trump made a terrible move and greenlit Iran into building nuclear weapons.
We got pulled. I personally believe, I guess if I'm just doing it off of beliefs now, that the reason that we bombed them was because Iran had shown us that they were not willing to be negotiated with. They did not want to be held back. They did not want to agree to the peace agreement because of the fact
they wanted it because it was very beneficial to their country. This is like propaganda.
no. What from what my understanding is we put a peace agreement out. They disagreed to it because it wasn't what they wanted.
No, we signed into a peace agreement with them under Donald Trump's under Obama's second administration called the JCPOA. It was great, awesome, and dandy. They stopped building nukes. They loved it. Donald Trump turns around, pulls us out of it for no other reason than the fact that it had Obama's signature on it, pissed Iran off, and that's where we were at. Yeah, we were in a nuclear peace agreement with him for years, and Donald Trump basically pulled us out for no reason.
So the proof that they were a month or 2 months or whatever they considered the timeline to have enough enriched uranium to create a nuclear warhead just recently in 2024 and 2025, when that came out, that wasn't enough proof to say, oh man, they're really not listening to what we're saying. They proved time and time again they weren't going to be reasoned with. I mean, they want Palestine back. That was their whole thing.
Can you repeat everything I just said to you? Because I feel like you're not even listening to me. Why won't you listen to me? I thought that
I'm listening.
No, if you were listening to me, then repeat what I just told you.
No, that's what I'm saying. I can't repeat what you said, but I was listening to you.
Okay, I'm going to say it one last time. The United States entered into a into a nuclear peace agreement with Iran under Obama in his second administration. Are you following?
Yes, sir.
Iran loved this denuclearization agreement that we entered into them because it was great and beneficial for their economy because it required us relinquishing sanctions that we had on them. Are you listening?
Mm-hmm.
Because they loved this agreement so much that Obama made, right? They honored the agreement, right? And in the 4 years the agreement was in place, right? The UN, the United States of America, and AIEA, something like that. I don't know. Nuclear Watchdog, right?
Yeah.
Reported 0 infractions the whole time it was signed into effect. Are you listening?
Yes, sir.
Right. And then Donald Trump came around and he pulled us out of that JCPOA nuclear peace agreement, right? And then Iran started to develop nuclear weapons, right? Meaning that Donald Trump greenlit Iran into constructing nuclear weapons by pulling us out of an agreement that prevented them from constructing nuclear weapons. Are you listening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are your thoughts?
I guess my question to you would be, so if somebody gets angry enough that we didn't agree with them on what they wanted and what was working for them, it's just okay to start building nukes because they were mad?
I'm not saying that it was okay for Iran to develop nuclear weapons. I think the whole world should denuclearize. I'm just saying that Donald Trump really fucked up by pulling us out of the JCPOA, and in pulling us out of the JCPOA, he greenlit them into construct nukes, regardless if it was okay or not. Do you agree or do you disagree?
I do. I get what you're saying. Yeah, he basically poked the bull. He pissed them off, and they said, all right, here.
No, he literally allowed them to construct nukes when we had a perfect agreement in place that prevented them from constructing nukes.
Gotcha. Following you.
Right? So isn't this a really big reason to not trust Trump's leadership?
I guess that's another agree to disagree, because to me it seems if we were I'm listening to you. I know you're rolling your eyes at me.
What are you disagreeing with me on?
I do believe that if we were to have Harris.
No. What do you disagree? Do you disagree that Donald Trump greenlit Iran into building nukes by pulling us out of a perfect peace agreement with him?
I believe that there should have been no reason for anybody to have built a nuke.
You're not answering my question, though. I didn't ask you.
I don't think it was a
reason
green
to build
light.
nukes. Okay.
That's the same thing as saying that Donald Trump pissed off Russia and not to green light them to go take over Ukraine. That doesn't make. What do you mean?
If
They're
we,
just it's just a green light to go build nukes.
if we had an agreement with Russia that told them they couldn't invade Ukraine, because if they do invade Ukraine, then we'd place all these sanctions on them, right? And if they don't invade Ukraine, we're going to actively support their economy. And then Donald Trump pulls us out of this agreement with Russia, preventing them from invading Ukraine. And then we sanction the hell out of Russia, even though they didn't invade Ukraine. So then they're like, fuck it, we're going to invade Ukraine. Did Trump green light Russia into invading Ukraine?
I think not. I wouldn't think that there's any reason to have a. But that's what you're saying. You're saying that Donald
Dude.
Trump is the exact result of the war. He's the one that greenlit everybody to go ahead and
I'm
just
not saying
say
he's-
whatever.
I'm not saying he's the only person responsible, but I am saying he is one of the people responsible, because if he never
Right,
pulled
so
us out of the
it is-
JCPOA in the first place, none of this would have happened. Because he
Gotcha.
stopped the
So
oversight of the nuclear facilities. He stopped the
Gotcha.
agreement that prevented them from constructing nukes.
Gotcha. Okay, so from my understanding, if it just to simplify the whole thing, we pissed off somebody enough because they were in something that they liked, and then we took it away from them. So they said it was okay. Why not? Let's just go ahead and do it.
So we had a nuclear peace agreement with them that prevented
I
them
got
from
you.
building
I heard that.
nukes. We pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement. Then they started re-enriching uranium.
Okay, so
Right? And can
so
we agree
went over.
that pulling out of that nuclear peace agreement was a really bad idea?
Oh yeah, I mean for sure. If it
Okay.
was something that actually prevented Iran from building nukes, but this has been a topic, like
it
I
was.
said.
It was something that actually was it? Can we agree that it was something that actually prevented them from building nukes?
That's my point. That's what I'm trying to say is I believe that that is something that is not exactly fully true through and through because this has been going on. This has been a topic. Iran nuking, building nukes long before you and I have even been here.
Yeah, because Netanyahu's been lying about them since the 70s. Listen, okay.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So
you are now re-suggesting that Iran violated the peace agreement and built nukes during the peace agreement. I thought we already went over how the IAEA agreed that they weren't. I thought that we already went over how the UN agreed that they weren't. I thought that we already went over how the US agreed that they weren't. I thought that we already went over how the CIA agreed that we weren't. That they weren't. I thought we already went over how there's no evidence to believe that they were. So why do you believe something that we have so much evidence to believe is false and no evidence to believe is true?
Well, it's kind of hard to believe anything these days, personally.
Okay, so you're saying that you believe it without any reason? Because that's what it sounds like to me.
No, from the evidence I have seen, I believe that Iran.
Articulate the evidence that Iran violated the JCPOA. Articulate it, buddy.
Okay, how about all of the enriched uranium they had that we literally blew up?
Okay.
We literally have the evidence of the nuclear sites with enriched uranium.
Okay, how is
the equipment?
How is the enriched uranium that Iran apparently had in 2025 evidence that they violated a peace agreement that we discontinued in 2017?
What's to say it wasn't?
The IAEA?
So the same guys that are giving you all the information now as to why we got out of it and why this whole conflict started is the same people that we believe were telling us the truth about everything else in the past. Like
Can you repeat that in a way that makes sense? That sentence made no sense, Tanner.
Okay, so let's just say Iran hates us, has hated us our whole life.
Okay.
We go over there, we say, these guys are working together with us. They're doing all the right things 100%. We believe them. They're doing everything right. We've checked it with our own eyes. That's
Okay.
we're just taking that.
It's because we had clearance over the IAEA. We were a
Correct.
part of the IAEA.
And Iran did not want to work with us on that whole ordeal.
No, they
That
did.
was-
They did. They wanted to because it was good for their country. I thought that we already
Which
went
is-
over how part of the nuclear peace agreement was lifting sanctions on them. They complied. They wanted to comply. It was really good for their economy.
So if we had brought back the nuclear peace agreement, your thought is that they would
No,
stop
no, no,
chanting
no,
death to
no.
America?
Now you're pivoting because keep in mind I'm still trying to get you to provide me with evidence that they violated the JCPOA when it was in effect.
Like I said earlier, I don't have evidence, my sir.
Oh, so
I don't
you believe
have-
in things without evidence, Tanner? That's pretty spineless.
I
evidence.
believe evidence that I've seen. Yes, sir.
Oh, so now
Off
you're
of-
claiming that you do have evidence that you've seen that indicates they violated the JCPOA. What is it?
I'm not sitting in front of my computer. I'm sitting here at my job trying to have a conversation with you.
Then get
I
your
don't
ass
have
up and sit
evidence to
yourself
give
in
you.
front of the computer and find that damn evidence, Tanner. Because
I don't have the computer.
So it's just like
I'm at work.
It's like a trust me, bro.
I guess.
Okay, I'm not
Just
gonna
like I'm
trust you, bro.
trusting you to believe that Iran was like, oh yeah, let's totally do it. That sounds great, man.
Well, you're not
While
trusting
they're
me.
chanting
You're
death to America.
You're not trusting me. You're trusting the United States of America. You're trusting the totality of the UN, and you're trusting the IAEA.
Well, you're asking me to trust all of this evidence they've given us, just like I mean, you're bringing up the CIA, right?
I'm asking you to trust the United States of America in conjunct with the CIA, in conjunct with the UN and every country in the UN, in conjunct with the IAEA. Yes, I am. Yes. So true. So true, Tanner.
Perfect. Okay. Fair enough. That works for me.
Perfect. Goodbye. Ugh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That one really took it out of me, folks. I'm gonna be honest, guys. That one really took it out of me. Let's see. I have a couple people to thank here. I'm going crazy out here. All right. All right. Super duper quickly. Donna, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, saying I keep saying that I've come to the conclusion that Trump/MAGA supporters have the brain capacity, brain cells, and IQ of an amoeba. What the heck? Love you, Dean. Love you too, Donna. I really appreciate you so much. Then Tyler with a $2 super chat on YouTube says, "You trust evidence? You fool." Yeah, that one really took it out of me, guys. Oh, that one was intensive. That one was annoying. I kind of like broke out there for a second and called him an idiot. I try to keep that to a minimum. You know, I do try to stay cordial. I broke out for a second. I'd also like to very quickly thank Daniel. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo, literally 35 seconds ago. Daniel with the $10 says, "It is refreshing to hear somebody debate the facts. I ran across you on one of my feeds and I've been telling everyone about you since. I love it when you drop the hammer on nonsensical arguments." Thank you, Daniel. That's awesome, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for spreading the word. You are awesome. As well as Carrie, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. 14 minutes ago, Carrie said, "Love the debates. I learned so much from you." That's awesome, Carrie. I'm so happy that you're learning from the streams. That is literally what I want. Thank you for the $20. As well as Roslyn with the $25 on Venmo. Roslyn says, "What does all of this mean for us California guardsmen? We want to go home." Yeah, Roslyn, chances are you're not going to be deployed in Oregon, and that's going to get caught up in the courts. Right now, Newsom is suing the Trump administration, and I feel like he'll win, so you'll probably be fine. As well as Chloe. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, saying please read. I just wanted to say thank you. My older sister, who is autistic and usually nonverbal, has had a new fixation on your content, and your positivity has started, and she's actually started to speak more to tell us about you. Love from the UK, Chloe and Jessica. Oh my God, dude, that is so cool. Oh my God. Well, please tell your sister that I love her and I think she's the coolest person ever. And that is such a heartwarming story. Thank you so much for sharing that with me, Chloe. All the love in the world to you and your sister. Oh my God, that's seriously so heartwarming. Jesus. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chloe. Huge shout out to Chloe and her sister. That's so cool. Thank you for telling me to please read that. I'm really happy that I read that. Wow. Okay. All right, everyone. Let's go ahead and see where we're at with the stream. We have been live for well over 4 hours. Okay. All right, everyone. I am going to end for the night. But I don't think that means the debates are over. I think Parker's going to get back on. Let me check. Katrina, thank you for the $20 on PayPal, saying thank you for trying to educate the last man who decided evidence is not good enough. Let me go to read the rest of it. Cut out. Is not good enough reason to trust an argument. Dude, well, I tried. Thank you for the $20, Katrina. As well as Nargina, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, saying, hope you're doing well. Happy October. Happy October to you as well, Nargina. Hope you're well as well. I remember you. You've been here for a while. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm actually going to go ahead and call Parker and see if he's around. See if he's going to hop back on. That's what he texted me and told me. So we'll see if that's a fact. Yo, what's up, Parker? Got you on stream right now. I just thought I'd let you know. Hey man, are you gonna hop back on air?
I've got a few minutes before I will be.
Okay, all right. I mean, do you plan to hop back on tonight though?
Yeah, I think I was gonna do another hour or two.
All right, sweet man. I just wanted to get your confirmation so I could let the stream know before I end.
For sure, bro.
All right, you have a good one, bro.
You as well.
All right, hopefully Parker will be on with debates this evening. Of course, it sounds like he's driving home right now, so it may be a little bit. But if you want to watch his debates when he's on, he'll be on @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok and @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. Folks, for everybody that joined us today, I'm not going to lie, I may not be showing it, but I'm really mentally exhausted after the stream today. I'm barely holding myself together, so it's time for me to leave. But listen, peace and love. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good one, folks. Bye-bye.